Alright, folks, welcome back. A lovely rest day yesterday. Alright, it's mid-February, right? Also, I hope other people enjoyed Valentine's Day if they observe it. Yesterday was Valentine's Day here in the States, right? So, mid-February, as I planned, we were going to start a new self-project, and it's going to be the first of this line of series of projects, which involves doing some active learning of various life skills. We're gonna fill it out, but I'm gonna say at least half a year to a year before we do like some summary and stuff. And like most things, when a new project is started, which typically I play video games, and video games inherently are projects themselves. Today, we're starting something different. And it's been something that I've been actually, to be incredibly honest and realistic to myself, been pushing off for quite some time now. Probably over a decade or so. So, let's see how much I have changed. Perhaps there are some methods that I retained from my formal education years. Today, we are going to explore language. We're going to start to explore language, and specifically with a very popular, arguably the most popular mobile app to this day, called Duolingo. So let's organize our thought here. So with every new thing we start, I start with something what I call the opening opinions, right? This is the this is the thing I have settled on. So what is part of opening opinions? So for this case, I'm gonna do some bullet points. We're gonna go over some personal history. Point 2 would be my methodology that I'll start with. So foundational, right? Foundational methodology going into this. Actually, before personal history, let's add one more. CEO, or like the product itself. Some remarks, some opening remarks about, or opinions about the Duolingo. Just some notes that I find interesting. Then I'll go over some personal history, because that's very relevant to this. And then my methodology. And then just as a summary of ideas, I would be saying, how do we group this? Some like design focuses. And I think that would probably put us in the neighborhood of 2 hours to 3 hours. These are very general categories, and there's a lot to say, of course. As anyone who ever watched the first day of anything, video games, update patches, these things go pretty long, because that is largely how opening opinions is a way to bring, so the general purpose of this is to bring investment. So oftentimes it's emotional investment or intellectual. So this you can contextualize with your own personal histories and motivations, right? Then you evaluate the present, which is the product, right? It synthesizes it with the present product that we're using, product/service. And then lastly, incorporate some future things, which are, I'm going to say, spurious goals. I'm going to put goals in quotation. We'll talk more about that. But generally speaking, if you wanted a hot take, I typically don't learn with like strict large goals in mind anymore. I do believe that, as a little quick sidestep, I do believe that in general, those who are beginning to learn, those who are younger, it's nice to have some sort of framework to aspire to, like to reach, right? A reachable end goal. This is where I will deviate because this is a personal project of mine for myself. And I typically don't have strict goals in the learning process. I found that historically, as I grow older, goals restrict my ability to be objectively observant. So if I have a goal in mind, kind of like a hypothesis, right? When you have a hypothesis, your field of attention starts to narrow and it creates focus. And that is very essential for someone who has a task in mind, like they're very task oriented. But as I'm growing older, nowadays, future is more like a journey, and I'm more process oriented. So it's happened after I pretty much completed my education for my degree. Largely, I stopped becoming goal oriented and largely far more process oriented. It allows me to observe and take in stuff without constantly filtering for what is important and what isn't important. That's usually not very time efficient, so for younger people who do not have a sense of direction, generally goal-oriented approaches are quite nice. We'll talk more about that in terms of the design focus. I imagine the design focus, I'm going to cover things that I'm going to look for in terms of how to engage youth, right? How to engage people into learning things. And sure enough, that's where we're going to start, because I think I want to dispel some naysaying that I feel individuals who aren't teachers or empathizers or formal education people, products of formal education, tends to be have a lot of conflict of interest with a product like this, Duolingo. And I want to start at the CEO, right? So let's get this started. So the CEO is, I'm going to botch the name probably. I'm going to say Louise Vonan. Louise Vonan. I forgot if the O is O, A-E-R-O-U. Yeah. So Louise Vonan, something like that. And I watched this again just 10 minutes ago. So just to clarify, and a disclaimer, opening opinions, I actually quite literally make this stuff as I'm going, and this isn't really rehearsed. So just 10 minutes before I started stream, I went over the TED Talk that I saw a year and a half ago. So he gave a TED Talk, I think it was a year and a half ago, it might be less, within the year. So within the year, I watched his TED Talk. I'm going to say it's approximately 16 minutes. And usually it takes me 8 minutes because I watch most things at double speed. Generally speaking, I try to slow down when I'm talking. There's all these little nuances. I might as well share them. I spend most of my time slowing down my talking speed and stuff when I'm sharing my thoughts. However, when I'm actually learning stuff, generally speaking, the standard speed that most people are disseminating information, like myself, I often am actually at 2x or 3x. Like, even when I'm doing these streams and I'm looking at my own streams and trying to figure out what's working for me, what's like tendencies that I have, I typically am looking at 2x and 3x. So just to give an idea, it's relevant because the way we're going to learn language, it's going to be from my perspective. So I don't know if I'm going to end up slowing down in a way. More on that later. So this guy gave TED Talk within the year. I watched it twice. And to review, because generally speaking, I keep myself on top of things. When I need relevant things, I want to review them. I don't ever overestimate my ability to consolidate memory. When memory is consolidated, you might forget things or remember them differently. I just took a look at this and gave me a lot of things to talk about. And I don't want to be like digressing into the nitty-gritty of things. A TED Talk is already a paraphrase of this guy's legacy, right? One has to understand that TED Talks is a summary, and often it's a narrative, and it's often a proactive narrative. So one has to be in the mindset that it sounds very neat. It sounds like neat, concise, provocative, and often sounds like it's, if someone like myself talk about TED Talk, it will generally be incredibly coincidental. It sounds very coincidental. And what I mean by that is sometimes it sounds like an ad, right? Or like a neat offer. Very persuasive. So the reason why I want to bring that up is during my time as a scientist, I suppose, as a person who was really deep into research and academia, TED Talk is often seen as a way to get people's feet wet and exposed to concepts that are incredibly detailed. And what makes these speakers like Louis Van On, Louis, we'll just call him Louis. So the way he presents, he's going to highlight the things people want to hear and then cut out the nuances. So we're not, as a person who's summarizing this stuff or finding the things to pick up, I will then summarize his remarks or things that I want to interpret. Obviously, before people get crazy, they're gonna say, well, it depends, and then you know what I mean, and you know what happens when I hear the word it depends. Just to clarify, when you are thinking it depends, most of the time I'm thinking lack of effort to focus, or overwhelmed with missing details. Generally, what comes third is maybe invested. So I'm saying this just to make sure everyone understands that I'm paraphrasing a TED Talk. A TED Talk is a paraphrase of this guy's legacy. And when he offers something, those points are going to sound very proactive. They're all positive things. We're not focusing on like, this is where the nay speaking that I want to point out. This is not formal education. And believe me, this is going to be a trust me bro situation here. I've dedicated most of my life to education, and a lot of the current experience I have is understanding formal education. Although while being in this area of formal education, I've noticed the same things probably that this person didn't mention in this TED Talk, which is engagement. So these are the things I picked out from the TED Talk. Engagement, okay? Mobile app design, specifically for engagement. Gamifying would be the term, right? And gamifying tackles lots of human condition things. Human condition for habit formation. It's not a coincidence that I play video games, but generally I play video games for the intuitive experience, like to understand and participate in an activity that I can use as a platform to relate to largely younger people. So we're talking about youth more than technically adults for myself. But this person's goal has expressed universal desire to learn things. And the very specific word that I used was platform. Is to constantly iterate on a platform that takes formal education and adds the components of engagement. So formal education, in my opinion, just a little hot take, has lagged behind, not because it was intentionally lagged behind. It's nice that they both exist. But right now, modern, in my opinion, what I call modern education have a lot of conflicts of interest with formal education. And this is where Duolingo has drawn a lot of conflict of interest. So naturally, you will have people like native speakers, formal education language teachers, right? What often, this, in my opinion, is the overrepresented expert source of criticism. And it's very understandable. I think those criticisms are incredibly valid. You can use your imagination. Like, for example, perhaps one of the major criticisms is this is not a comprehensive tool, right? Interestingly enough, I haven't seen a lot of ads for Duolingo or how it's advertised, but from this person's TED Talk, from Lewis's TED Talk, right? I was not even close to getting the impression that Duolingo was advertised as some sort of comprehensive tool to become fluent. And this is what I feel is so narrow, is a bit narrow-minded and myopic about the goal, the objectives of it. So let's cover something here. The reason why I'm bringing up Lewis's TED Talk is that I've gotten this spiel, this summary and narrative proactive review of some of the highlights of this Lewis, and he had a co-founder of Duolingo. The purpose is to contextualize the objective, not infer an objective. And over the years, the reason why I'm doing this and coming across Duolingo is the idea that I saw a lot of criticisms, like some criticisms from experts. I tend to, most of my YouTube algorithm, my personal YouTube algorithm, deals with just consuming languages from academia. So those who are trained in formal education, which is where the vast majority of my life was focused on. It's focused on formal education. In the last couple of years, I have largely focused on exactly what this person is doing with Duolingo. And I really found his TED Talk resonating with lots of subtext that is missing. And this app has drawn those criticisms naturally, because they infer that a tool used to learn language somehow must be comprehensive, because from a formal from education standpoint, generally you're trying to meet goals of comprehension, like the whole thing, like, and usually fluency is that arbitrary metric of fluency is the end goal. I do not believe this person gave me that impression. The focus was the word engagement. There's a lot more subtext, but the one that I want to pull out from his 16-ish minutes, I think it's less than 16 minutes, that talk, was the word engagement, because that's why I do video games and whatnot, and talk about how you could use that as a platform of engagement to develop other life skills, right? Engagement to develop life skills. While he didn't give me the impression that language is a life skill, he did describe a life skill in this TED Talk. And that's an experience that is most relatable. It was a very, I found it his very endearing intro about, he started with that he's Guatemalan, right? I am going to misspell some of these things, but pardon me, right? He's Guatemalan. He made a funny, this guy is very elegant with his humor, his like somewhat dry humor, and he put a picture up of where Guatemala is with respect to Mexico, and then Mexico with respect to the United States. And me being from the United States, I understand the analogy quite well. So he talked about, it was a segue to accessibility. And accessibility being privilege versus, you know, the non-privilege. And the idea is in the context of education. And there was a deep cut in there, which I'm not going to go into, but education, especially the specific type that he's talking about is formal education, have often created a status gap. So oftentimes he did the stuff that I kind of do, where you throw out a deep cut and then you just don't talk about it. And one of the deep cuts is that education actually increases the status gap. As in, if a place, like a culture or a society, has really well developed formal education, it only increases the gap between those who have access to the education and those who don't. and it was to give an undertone of accessibility. So the goal, one of the major goals that led to this product, creation, is to increase accessibility to education. And without a doubt, I sound like a broken record, even when I'm playing video games and stuff. Accessibility and education is like most of my framework when it comes to understanding depression, understanding affirmative action, like being proactive. It's about accessibility and education. The idea is even within someone else's self, like the urge to learn, or maybe overcoming the difficulties in starting to learn things, it's often how accessible it is, and not necessarily in the literal sense, but more in the figurative sense in this case. The accessibility is how approachable a task is, both psychologically and literally. So in this case, this person had focused on the literal accessibility of learning language and was a segue to the figurative approach in learning language. And these are one and the same. So first, accessibility was his reason why Duolingo, right, is a mobile app. Talked about this a lot. I play video games on the PC platform most of the time, but it goes without saying, I will generally always mention in the background that the most accessible, biggest pool of thing like accessibility in the current society, contemporary society, is access to a smartphone. And mobile apps is the largest population. So even in the idea of video games, you can still apply the same rationale that this person is using for developing Duolingo or as a mobile app prior to like putting it on a platform or creating like a webisode, a podcast, maybe even like written material like book series, or integrating into a formal masterclass. Those things pale in comparison to the accessibility and reach of mobile apps. So that was, he didn't say in those words, but I like to re-emphasize, because TED Talks tend to be, it's so condensed that every one of his words that he chooses, like every one of his ideas, would require like several months of understanding the intricacies of the weight. So I want to highlight that this person was incredibly well spoken, and also got me thinking a lot. Like that's why TED Talks often I feel a little bit ambivalent about, being someone who comes from that background, like that kind of thought process. But anyways, Duolingo is a mobile app first and foremost. However, now today we're going to use the browser version. So it's worth noting this because I'm not going to use it on the mobile. So I will not be able to make any commentary on how it translates, the experience translates between browser and mobile. Perhaps in the future, but for now, it's browser focused. And through this mobile app, right, this idea of mobile app to develop something, they had to decide what to learn, right? And that goes back to life skills. So effectively what he described was a life skill, or what I deem as a life skill. So my personal investment here is communication. You just found me. What am I trying to do? Right now I'm explaining and going over some of my opening thoughts about using a program called Duolingo to learn Japanese. But we'll get more to that now. So I'm just explaining some of my thoughts before going into doing projects. every time I start something, I go through this process of explaining my thoughts and what I'm going to do before I do it for like the next couple months. Hope that helps. So in this discussion about why they chose the mobile app, he did a little fun background story about what to learn. Like, there are a lot of things you can learn, and he specifically cited things like math, right? And maybe other things, but specifically math. And he talked about, he hand waved a little bit, which is what I would do. Math doesn't inherently have the most direct application to someone's success. Math needs application, like several steps of application, before it can be utilized and be resonating as in an interpersonal way. So math may lead to an understanding of physics. Physics may lead to engineering, and then engineering may be applied to something that can lead to the person's success, like monetary gains, careers, etc. However, language. Oh yeah, no worries. You're always welcome to chill. I welcome questions all the time. No worries. So, what to learn? What is something that's universal, that has one of the biggest reaches, so that he can start a foundation with that? It's a life skill. Life skill is communication. My focus, generally, when I play video games and any contextual thing, is the focus on the life skill of communication. And not just interpersonal, but also intra communication, as in a communication with yourself and everyone else. Oftentimes, the starting point is intra communication with the people that I interact with, because I'm usually focused on mental health, right? Or sustaining mental health. And oftentimes the biggest obstacle to start, like the foundation, is intra-communication. How do you talk to yourself? As in, what makes you happy? You know, what are your goals? What lingers with you? That kind of thing. How to accurately develop self-awareness and communication with yourself, and then use that as an extension to move to the next step, which is interpersonal communication, where you start interacting with another person. And his specific choice falls under communication, which is language. And life skills, as I often say, are non-optional. As in, you can leave them underdeveloped, but they will largely have one of the highest impacts on your success. And not the literal success that people quantify, as in how much money you make, how many people know you. It's the internal feeling of success, like how rewarding things are for you, how you can get people to understand you and whatnot. These are necessary skills that, if you leave underdeveloped, will continuously be a part of your life. So that's what I refer to as life skill, and communication is one of them. And a vehicle of communication is language, because language is a subclass of its own, which often he used the impact of English, right? The impact of how much having the ability to speak English can return, and then other languages. So he's making the case that language is probably the most available to people. So how do you make language approachable? That's when he went back to the idea of engagement. And that's kind of the thing that I'm working on with bigger topics, or not bigger topics, but different topics. He's talking about the engagement necessary to get people to learn language. And often the engagement, the idea of engagement, the one that is a big uptrend in the last couple of years, is what the gaming industry has been doing to nearly just it might even, I would say, I'm going to use this a little bit lightly in a very small text, but kind of exploit engagement. So these types of designs was a segue into some of the key features in Duolingo. And not just the gaming industry. I think the gaming industry is a part of a subset of social media. Because like Twitch, like what I'm doing right this moment, social media captures these moments, right? So social media designs, and specifically talk about like the feature that he mentioned, which now I know is the whole idea of streak, right? As a gamer, as someone who plays a lot of games, this would be more accurately known as combo gaming. So when you combo game, it feels great. And what this does is it feeds on FOMO. And it feeds on legacy. So you want to keep the combo up because a number goes up. It shows a reflection of affirmation through dedication. You can see this rampant in all forms of social media. Subscription feeds, like he specifically mentioned streaks, which I think is more like a Instagram thing. Like contextually, we're talking about semantics now. Like Instagram, Snapchat. I actually think probably originally Snapchat. Like the whole like keeping a streak up, always posting each day, that kind of thing. So when it comes to the design in the gaming industry, I often refer to this as combo gaming. Like how long before you screw up? So like think about it like a Dark Souls, like someone who's playing a Souls-like game, right? And doing a no-hit run. And it's buried in gaming in general to create hype, pressure, fear, and legacy. It's impressive to do these things, and it always goes up. It's a cumulative counter. And often streaks embody the thing that I enjoy quite a lot, and it's endurance. So while combo gaming has elements of streaking, combo gaming also has lots of failure. It has a high fail rate, right? Because if you want to stay perfect, eventually something is going to break the streak. However, streak also feeds in on something called endurance, which is cumulative satisfaction. So this is where streaking isn't necessarily my most ideal. However, they do offset this. So streaking has elements of this, but instead they also have what I appear as a map. So lessons are cumulative. So what this does is it helps feed more legacy building. Basically, if you did one lesson, that's one. It's permanent. You do 2 lessons, you got 2 done. 3, 4. So while streaking got that good FOMO life and the combo gaming, it's less so of a legacy. So the legacy is how long you streak, like how long was the combo, right? And the other component that is more strongly legacy building is the idea that, hey, here's a map, right? That's the gamified map. Oftentimes I use the indie gaming scene quite a lot. And one of the biggest designs is row maps. So you have lots of road maps, right? Road maps would look something like this, right? Different branches. And what this gives you is a visualization of your cumulative experience. It allows people to not have to rely on a implicit design. Like, you're not literally having to, it removes the barrier of record keeping. So the app that I saw just momentarily takes advantage of endurance, which is the cumulative satisfaction. So these are like small things, lots of small things will eventually equal a large thing. This is all gleaming from looking at it right now. We'll have more talk about it after like three or so months. I might start doing like monthly reports on the design and how it impact, how I would maybe change or like add to it. From cursory look, I feel like these are great things that I picked up from just looking at it, even before using this product. And that, when you think of engagement, oftentimes, when you think of engagement, at least to younger people, I would say even younger people, I'm more focused on educating younger people, which is like young adults from 18 to 25, sometimes like 15 to 18. So we're talking about like high school to college, right? This is the formal education range. Engagement is often interpreted as a mechanical thing. So how, I don't know. Hey, Angel. Long time no see. Did you change your name? I don't remember. That doesn't, Sunset Shimmer doesn't ring a bell. But nice to see you again. So when you think of engagement, you think mechanical when it comes to people in this range. Mechanical means like how the tasks. So how are the tasks presented? Performed, right? So oftentimes words, subjective words, like how difficult it is. But ultimately, this usually comes with this inexperience, in my opinion. This is the inexperience part. So in this age range, in my opinion, self-awareness is still being developed. So self-awareness, learning is still in a process. And also motivation. So these are really key times to develop what I call maturity. Learner's maturity, okay? And the thing about learner's maturity is this, while you're working on these things, when you think of mechanics, you're thinking about early stage, so less than 18. Things are mechanic. When you learn a language, it's mechanic because you have no frame of reference, no excess, what I call potentially interference in knowledge and wisdom. So there's nothing, you don't have enough experience yet as a younger person to have enough knowledge and wisdom to tap into. So often things are mechanical up to this point. This is the first time you've ever done this, no point of reference. When you learn a language, you just do it. You do it, you hear it, you do it, you hear it, and it becomes mechanical because Intellectual maturity does not require knowledge and wisdom. So when you start getting into 18 and 25, right? When you start getting 18 plus, there's a big asterisk here. There's a big asterisk. Level of access to education. So if one has higher level of access to education, they can start becoming intellectually mature at an earlier age, because things will become less and less not just mechanical. It won't be 100% mechanical. It'll start to lessen as you get knowledge and wisdom. And this is where learning becomes transitional. It's a little bit different now, in my opinion. And over time, when you get older, it starts weighing more on intellectual maturity to tap into consistent learning, so maturity involves self-awareness, understanding the learning process, and your motivations, not how to do things. Like being, when you're thinking about YouTube, for example, you're a younger kid who's very impressionable. You go on YouTube, you look at the mechanics. Hey, this person is eating this and doing this. They will do it very well, like consistently. Most of the time, a younger person would be able to mechanically imitate that. At some point, when you're getting older and you form enough bases of experience, there needs to be like the next level of integration and learning deals with, did the person naturally create self-awareness, entered a process of refining their own learning process, and finding all the intellectual and experience-based motivation and maturity to use all the accumulated information you have, instead of focusing strictly on mechanics, because that won't bring the skills together. And what I'm saying is why this is important to engagement is that the older you get, the more engagement in this perspective will weigh on how consistent you are with something. If you are still focusing on mechanics as you're getting older, mechanics become redundant. As in, for example, one of the early mechanics is memory. And what I mean is the act of just hard memory. Say, I know what an A is. I know what a B is. I know what a C is. I know what the word dog means in English. That stuff, when you're young, you have no interference. There's no like other dogs, what kind of dogs. Wait, A means 60 different things, through all your experience. You have a lot of interference. You don't have to navigate those when you're younger. When you're older, you have to navigate those. So some of the stuff that I'm doing in Duolingo when I use this product, I'm just to explain, I am trained with background in biology, and I have a PhD in biology. So just to give you a background. And right now, as of this day, I'm basically 36 and to 37 because within a month. So just to give you an age range. So I am a person who will learn and use Duolingo more focused on these things, which is refining my learning process, the learning process that I have developed as a kid through mechanical trial and error, and using what I know I do best, which is the ability to maximize self-awareness. So I know how long my attention spans are. I know when and where I lose focus. Thanks, Angel. Oh, hey, you're studying for your master's degree? What's your master's degree? What was your master's degree in? I have forgotten. Oh, and you, oh, right, Atomic Heart. That's right. I thank you for that reminder. I know, I remember our conversation about Atomic Heart. Yes. Congrats on your master's degree, by the way. So, just to give you a framework, oftentimes I am an older person who learns this way, but my goal often is to understand how 18, like college students largely, and maybe younger sometimes, right? Maybe younger sometimes, learn through understanding design, the design that makes younger people addicted or engaged. I like to use the word engaged, but when someone is incredibly engaged, it can be seen as addiction, right? And how to break from that. So I focus a lot on habit formation and whatnot. But since this is a personal project, I want to emphasize that it's usually geared towards younger adults, the transitioning point. What do you focus on to continuously learn as efficiently, in my opinion, as efficiently as you were when you were younger? And focusing on developing these skills through self-awareness, your learning process, and developing all the necessary skills to create motivation is how generally adults, like older people, versions of themselves, can leverage their learning abilities versus when they're younger. And I often say this, my hot take often on formal education, as someone who have gone through educating and mentoring across this age group in my life, is that kids versus adults, you might be saying, well, duh, but in practice, there isn't an actualization of this. So I'm going to say something that's well, duh, but then you ask yourself, how are you learning now versus how you used to learn, and how your emotional state is. Kids versus adults, they learn differently. And you might be thinking, yeah, you know, hey, obviously they're different because kids are kids and adults are adults. Now ask yourself, what you're learning now, the approach you're learning now, how much has it changed and how much of it has stayed similar? You might be different. The person listening to me saying this might be a brilliant adult learner. That's great. That's fine. All right? That's fine. However, my observations, I don't have enough hard statistics to back this up. However, my impression that I get from current, like, people that I talk to, like the pools of people that I talk to, is that learning how to, the self-awareness development and the learning process usually stops after they leave high school. So these children, right, end up becoming adults, but have no longer require, and this is not necessary, depending on your job and how taxing it is, people don't really need to continue learning at a higher level. They can be very happy. You can be very happy without doing this. But that's not the point of my, that's not the point of what I'm trying to do. I want people to be even better. Like, so know that I'm not saying you need these things. I'm not offering life hacks. It's often life hacks. That's, you can find plenty of people who will tell you what to do. the idea is you have to form the motivation yourself, right? And that's what I'm trying to do most of the time. So as a child, you largely stop working on how you learn. So oftentimes those skills, the mechanical learning skills you have as a child is taken to adulthood and they're solidified. So in terms of language, why is this relevant to language? Ask yourself, say you use Duolingo. Say you use Duolingo and then you're using it in a way that you have always used it. Like, oh yeah, let's focus on remembering things. That's the mechanical thing, right? Okay, I know this word, I need to know this meaning, and that's it. Right? That's kind of the mechanical learning that as a kid you're super powerful at, because you have no interference. There's no like, oh wait, did this word in English mean this word, or am I confusing it with the Russian word or the Japanese word? Things like that. So the idea is that most people, when they go back to learn things, like myself, right? I'm a 36 to 37-year-old thing. When I go back to learn, I'm not learning like I was when I was a kid. Let me catch up on some chat. You're only learning Japanese for anime purposes, currently on day 32 streak? That's great. That's awesome. And yeah, I noticed I had news. Thanks, Homer. Homer? Sorry, I'm not familiar with how to pronounce names from that region. Sorry to interrupt, but what's going on with all this writing? So just to give you a quick summary, every day, all the times that I start a new project, I typically explain my what I call opening opinions. So it's stuff that I collected and why I'm using this program, and I'm just trying to summarize my personal history. And so the summary here is I've been talking about the CEO lately, who gave a TED Talk, and I was talking about the stuff that I found interesting in the TED Talk, and then I'm relating it to my personal history, and then I'm going to go over the methodology or the foundation that I use to learn things, and then maybe they'll change over time, and then talk about some of the points that I'll focus on in design focus. Usually my streams are dealing with using a product or a service and applying critical thinking and problem solving skills, which is what I like to do, to consume and take things from, like enjoy things, or you maximize my value of my time. So when I play video games, I do the same, like on day one. So we started with the CEO, and then we're just going through some of the thoughts that I have. I hope that's helpful. Zena. Yep, not a new one. Ford. Oh, you got a car? A Focus? Oh, that's interesting. You got a Ford Focus. That's hard for me because English is not my, but I'm trying to recognize your words. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Actually, this is why we're gonna learn new language together. Sunset, you're more than welcome to learn Japanese with me. And you can do it too. Duolingo is free, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's internationally available. So you can, all of the people here can join me in the journey and do it together. Like, I understand there's a lot of people who are interested in Japanese. And I will go over some of my personal histories of where I am. Do I stream every day? I stream most days around the same time. All these things just go up on YouTube anyways. So you don't feel obligated. That's kind of one of the things about streaming that's connected to the whole Duolingo thing. But yeah, I try to stream except for Wednesdays. Wednesdays is when I have a talk with some guys that I know to like catch up and go over some relevant quality of life stuff. Okay, so what is the punchline for this learning different thing, right? This is my segue to my methodology and my personal history. So, how do I learn? What is this idea of learning differently, right? The whole learning methodology. And often the key word is engagement. So let's separate this into your younger self versus either your soon to be older self, or maybe as you're getting older, right? So my younger self, we already mentioned, that is largely mechanical, right? And adults have what we call intellectual leverage. These words are a little bit esoteric, but basically you have the advantage of XP and knowledge. And what XP and knowledge gives you is intellectual leverage. I was trying to learn English, and now I'm watching how to learn Japanese. Hey, Duolingo, like it might not. So here's a little bit of a meta, right? Duolingo, if there's a program that is popular that educates people to the point where it can connect people just seemingly, that's actually because Duolingo exists. If Duolingo didn't exist and the CEO didn't give a TED talk, technically I wouldn't be here doing this, right? So it's very, very a fun, charming story. So let's think about this. So when we talk about engagement, a lot of times I'm anticipating that Duolingo will integrate a lot of the current designs that make children very engaged. So mechanical. What is mechanical? Seeing combos. So that's streaking, right? The streak system. Mechanical. Seeing record keeping. Right, how many days you've been studying, or how many days you've gone, the total days, right? Keeping record keeping is more about the total number of lessons you've done, and streaking is about how consecutive you are, right? So these are mechanical things, as in you see them, you get the feedback, and it's linked to being mechanical. So when you do the task, right? And often what else is mechanical typically means intuitive UI, right? Intuitive UI and simplified UI. Watashi wa junbi ga... Oh, actually I don't know. It's I know something. That's all I got. I haven't read Romaji. Like, I don't know how to translate Romaji into something that I understand yet. Are you the one that said you are learning for anime purposes? Yes. Okay. I am ready. I see. Intuitive UI, so simplified input, right? So you make it very feedback oriented. What I would probably anticipate is like button pressing, lots of buttons, sentence completion, right? Sentence completion. Most things are contextualized. Things like that. This is not supposed to be comprehensive. It's just to draw a contrast between a child and adult, right? So what is an adult? Well, the first thing you have to start is motivation. French, I see. Xena, French. So, motivation. What is motivation for an adult? Well, the first one is overcoming barrier. So, what is a barrier? What language you already know? Because it's reliant on what you previously have. So say like if you're an English speaker and you measure the influence of English against your motivation to learn another language. It could be any language, but for myself, it's English, right? It could be German, whatever your native language is. And this is to highlight what intellectual leverage is. So when you know a language already, you have to develop a method to increase your motivation to overcome the initial barrier to learn something. When you're a kid, you have none of these things. When you're younger, there aren't any interference or things you can leverage. I call it leverage because when you think about it this way, the negative spin on this is why learn another language. That's usually what older adults would start asking. Why learn another language? And it's based on what you already know. So a lot of times, one of the biggest driving force, one of the biggest barriers to being consistent and motivated in picking up something like a language is coming up with the self-awareness, motivation, right? And it helps, my personal bias here, it helps if you know how to learn it. Like, so, for example, you ask yourself, why learn Japanese? Okay? Why learn Japanese? As you grow older, why learn Japanese? Well, you're aware that you're using, say you're an English speaker like myself, you're aware that most things are available in English, even if there's a loss in translation. Like, you're aware of all these things. Like, oh yeah, there's a loss in translation, but English is very influential. It increases the barrier to starting a new language. So how do you keep that engagement going? Because when you're learning a language, it's going to keep coming up. The idea is going to keep coming up. Like, I don't know why I'm learning Japanese now. I don't know why I'm learning Mandarin now if I already know English. Every single day when you pull up Duolingo, you're going to get that feeling, because as an adult, you have accumulated so much knowledge, and that knowledge creates interference. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. And one of the ways to create motivation and leverage your intellectual side is, instead of trying to compartmentalize, right? English versus Japanese, for example. In order to leverage knowledge, you use what you know about English and contextualize Japanese intentionally. So here's a just like, I'll be doing this all the time when I'm doing Duolingo. It's going to be pretty obvious that I do this very often. It's the way you can synthesize the way you learn your primary language, that you have learned your primary language, and use that knowledge to not get in the way of learning a new language, but using it to your advantage. For example, formal educators, in my opinion, will try to compartmentalize because they are usually more involved in educating younger people. So older people, what you, in my opinion, could do this. And what I mean by that is your older self. So you're not comparing to other older people. It's like as you're getting older, a more effective strategy, in my opinion, is I say, I'm sorry. Say the phrase, I'm sorry, right? Suremase, right? Suremasen, right? Oftentimes it's discouraged to speak a hybrid, like an English and Japanese at the same time. But this is where I disagree. You can use English to form the context of learning Japanese as a bridge. So, for example, I could say, please, arigato, right? Please and thank you, right? Please and arigato. So the idea is that you're gonna use what knowledge you already have and not have it get in the way. It might be an inappropriate way to use it, but it's better than not using it at all. So like, onegai, thank you, right? You go up to someone's like, and mix those language together. You constantly use what you already know, contextualize it with things you already know really well without even thinking. So instead of saying, oh yeah, I don't know, what is that word that mean please, like please or thank you? When you associate it with your previous knowledge, they become coupled. So you will contextualize and naturally lower the barrier to learning a new language. It's not raw, like, oh, you must remember, I don't know, domo arigato gozaimasu, or gozaimasu, right? I don't even know how to write that in Romaji right now. So the idea is, if you don't remember words, replace it with what you already know. So when I'm talking to my parents, for example, I'll give you an example right now in my personal history. I speak to my parents in a Fujin dialect of Mandarin, and that Fujin dialect is not necessarily formally like known anywhere. Like you can't learn this formally, written or in any way. So when I speak to my parents, in order to preserve and become more natural at it, I speak a hybrid language. I speak English mixed in with the Fujinese, is what I usually refer to it as. And the idea is you can shift from them. Like, please and thank you in English have certain enunciations and certain context and subtext, but I'm not going to say arigato, right? Because it's English, is I will practice executing the word even if the context is loose with, so I get used to the idea of arigato, right? So the cadence and stuff becomes natural. Like for example, I can tell my parents like, when may I go school? So immediately I am using a phrase and I basically say, I don't know how to say school in Fujinese. So naturally when people become quote unquote fluent, I think fluent is very arbitrary, and I think it's almost detrimental and discouraging the way fluency has been characterized, and that's through the idea of compartmentalizing. So what they do is you must be able to fully compartmentalize two languages. In my honest opinion, or in my experience, personally and to other people, trying to compartmentalize while trying to learn something in isolation works against an experienced person. You're basically trying to say, I should stop thinking in my native language, like my primary language, right? I should stop trying to learn it in that way and then learn it like I was a kid when you were younger, where you pretend like you never learned English. And many people say that they disagree with me that they still learn like they were a child, like when they were younger, they still use the same approaches, is because there's nothing that pressures you to do it. You're going to ask yourself, as an adult learner, do I need to leverage my intellectual experience? Generally speaking, the answer is no. So when you go and learn something, you make it seem like it's optional to leverage anything. So what happens is when you get an older person to learn something like Japanese, they try to learn it in isolation without taking advantage of what they already learned. So what I'm doing here is I'm about to go into my methodology, right? How did I learn English the first time? And then what can I use on how I continue learning English, right? I'm still learning English to this day. I didn't stop when I was 18 years old. My vocabulary in English didn't stop at high school. It got more and more complicated. There was nomenclature, IUPAC standardization, internet jargon, emoji, like memes, all those things. You continue learning those things. So I've cultivated this methodology with English only. How do I use those techniques applied to Japanese? Because that's where you learn faster. If you do not use all your experiences, you heard that meme, right? Or not that meme, but that cliche. The cliche of kids or children learn faster, and often, not exclusively learn faster, but usually it deals with language. When people say this phrase, children learn faster or easier, is often used as a synonym for faster, they're often referring to something raw, like a life skill. And often the most traditional life skill is communication, which usually is language. My criticism of individuals who say that is that their learning process stopped maturing when they were children. So the moment they acquired their first language, they stopped developing more ways to leverage what it means to be an adult. What is the basic fundamental advantage of being an adult versus your younger self? You have intellectual leverage. So if you continue to develop that, your first language isn't going to hinder, right? It's not going to hinder learning a new language. You can use it to remember the new language. So I don't know Romaji, which is what Zena just showed, like, the watashi wa junbi ga jimi ga dekite imasu, right? I don't know any like formal training or anything like that, but I know it's Japanese. Like avoir minsur bon nut. I think that's like goodbye, good night. I get maybe like Xena is saying goodbye. Hopefully that person is doing all right. So I at least recognize it's French, but I've never invested and contextualized it enough to recognize it other than French. But the thing is, a kid, if they've never heard French, they would never know it's French. And you would never recognize Romaji as a kid because it would be the first time you see it. So you have a lot of contextual ways to learn faster and distinguish things because you have intellectual leverage. So that's one of the core things. And with intellectual leverage, you can create motivation. Motivation is reducing like, oh, is it too late? Like, for example, a lot of times people say, it's too late. I'm older. And, you know, English is good for myself, like using a personal experience. English is sufficient. It's good enough, right? Or you could say your language is good enough. I make do, so I'll just superficially learn another language. How does it benefit me in the long run? Well, sometimes it goes the other way around. So when you start learning another language, you also become more like you can use the reverse. So when you learn another language, you also execute on the current language. Instead of compartmentalizing them, learning another language and using your previous language enhances language in general. Like things that you won't understand in English, you can possibly understand in Japanese, which then gives you a new light on English. That kind of thing. You're leveraging everything you learned. The idea of being an adult is you have the intellectual maturity to see a bigger picture. As a kid, you are focusing on mechanics, and mechanics are compartmentalized. So, for example, if you're thinking that learning English has nothing to do with learning Japanese, right? That is being young. That is being mechanical. English inherently does not help you with Japanese, and Japanese does not inherently help you with English. When you have enough knowledge and experience, there is always a connection between them. And that is the element of learning. Learning is indiscriminate. So if something you learn about Japanese, it will create self-awareness. So if you challenge yourself in Japanese, you'll develop more self-awareness inherently as an adult that can translate to more motivation, which enhances learning. So after the second language, when I learn Japanese, I hope to use Duolingo to learn some Mandarin, right? Because I have a personal history in Mandarin. And then I'm not gonna even stop there. When we're done with Duolingo, right? Like when we keep Duolingo on, like say 6 months on, right? We're going to Babbel. All right. And while we're doing that, you know, Babbel is a competitor to Duolingo in a different format, right? While we're doing that, I still watch anime. Just like Xena suggests, I still watch anime. I'm gonna go over some of my exposures. I still talk to my parents, right? Who speaks a form of Mandarin. So all these things are tied together. They're not compartmentalized. I think this is the crux. Adult learning, like child to adult learning, is like my spiel. This is my focus. And I love, now we're gonna tie it back to the CEO's message. The thing about his message is making education, that's not how you spell education, but just use your imagination. Accessible and consistent. And that involves making sure it's mechanically easy, right? Quote in quotations, easy and encouraging, intuitively easy and encouraging, while at the same time offering the intellectual maturity, motivation, and self-awareness, applying those ideas. And that's what, in my opinion, is fantastic about his TED Talk. It actually, I hope to see that when using Duolingo. The stuff he highlighted does do that. He talked about streak specifically. That's a great example. Oh, he also talked about notifications, which is another example. And notifications works mechanically for kids by frequency. So, like, for example, if you remind a young person, did you do your homework yet? Did you do your homework yet? Frequency creates mere exposure. And also, he kind of jokingly said 24-hour period, which is a great starting point. Basically, if you were free at 3 p.m. as a kid, then naturally, if you remind the kid after a 24-hour period, they are probably free at 3 p.m. Adults get a little bit more complicated, but there's a little bit of a meta here. So those notifications have contextual subtext. So he talked about the nature of the messages, like creating sentimentalism, which is things that deal with motivation and self-awareness. Like, I opened my account, so I already made an account with Duolingo just to make sure for today, right? Duolingo, I opened an account, and because I haven't used it yet, I want to stream all my sessions. I'm not going to do any sessions outside unless maybe I'm out of town or something. I'm going to do all my sessions online. So it's been 7 days, and I literally saw the example the TED Talk talked about, where the bird, the mascot, became, I would say, creatively passive aggressive. And in my opinion, is very effective, especially for adults. So like things like, hey, after 7 days, there's like, hey, you know, I think this isn't working. We're gonna stop sending you notifications now. And his example, I'm trusting his remark. His statistics probably show that after that they saw that message, a lot of people went back and like at least did it one more time, and then continued the, you know, not to upset the bird per se, right? So that's something that's bleeding into utilizing adult comprehension, because a lot of times kids, when you're younger, like 14, 15, oftentimes you're inwardly focusing. And if a bird, like, you know, a bird or a mascot tells you like, hey, you're not doing your homework, it's making me feel sad, lots of the time when you're comparing it to your older self, you have more sentimentalism and abstraction as an adult. So you would be more inclined to feel guilty or self-improvement kind of thing, like, yeah, you know, it has been 7 days, let's just go back and do it one more time, and it resumes the consistency. That's where the motivation, leveraging someone's intelligence and experience comes in. So a design like that is pretty clever, in my opinion, making the notifications very personable. Kids are very selfish, like, and what I mean by that is appropriately selfish. When you're a kid, you need to worry about yourself, man. Like, you need to develop your identity and stuff. So a lot of times when things fall by the wayside, it's not their fault, it's the system's fault. And that's perfectly appropriate. Like, it's emotionally appropriate until you become intellectually mature enough to see the connections and interpersonal skills, right? So there are examples of that already. So it's absolutely brilliant. Actually, Shimmer, you said you'll learn Japanese, maybe go to an institution to find Japanese. I see. I had one opportunity to go to Japan and if I had better exam results. I see, because there's an exchange. But unfortunately, you didn't make the mark. Huh. Are you planning to try again? Maybe? I mean, there are Duolingo and other things. There are lots of ways to have fun with language, so I wouldn't be too discouraged, right, about finding other opportunities. Oh. Sorry, had to talk to my father. He had an issue. So now let's go over this. We're like digressing too far. So let's go over methodology, right? My personal methodology right now, and we'll integrate a little bit of my personal history to explain the methodology. Methodology. It's been a while since I wrote that word, huh? Personal methodology. So beforehand, history. Good night, Shimmer. Thanks for hanging out. 1 a.m. Good luck. Feel free to stop by and see if you recognize any Japanese stuff, right? Okay, so history. We're gonna do a Venn diagram to cut this short. So let's just say this is English. So history, and we're talking about exposure and usage, just put together. Usually usage is a lot lower. We'll say like usage is often less than exposure. So let's not talk about usage. Let's just talk about exposure. So say if English is this spot, right? Yeah, see your next stream, Shimmer. So if English is this bubble, I would say my exposure to Japanese is about this much. Just to give like relative amount of exposure. And then my Chinese, we'll lump Chinese together, is about this much. So relatively the same, but maybe slightly smaller. And then we have maybe like here, this is others. So others would be Spanish is the big one. So really big for Spanish of this subset. And sometimes French, because French programming, and German. Right, but much lower extent. Much lower extent. It's usually Spanish. So just to give you an idea of exposure. So this is I would call this ear training. Largely. And so we're talking about auditory exposure. Just to give an idea. It's very important that I compartmentalize these. It's part of methodology. So this is the auditory. So largely, English is my most ear trained, but Japanese is often, exposure is often media. So media would be entertainment most of the time. So that would be usually audio visual productions, but not to be confused with the whole visual thing, not written stuff, okay? So this is the auditory makeup. So when we're talking about written makeup, you know, if this was English, we have like Japanese, Chinese, and then the bigger one is Spanish. So just to give like relative perspective, Spanish, and I anticipate to do all three of these, at least with Duolingo and then on. So this is the written exposure. And then we have education. These will be pretty sufficient. So, right, if English is this big, right? This is Spanish. This is Japanese. And this is Chinese. Oh, and one other thing. Oral. Is it oral or oral? I think it's oral. Oral usage. So this is more like actually using the articulation, right? So oftentimes people talk about, can you form the shapes for the language, right? When eventually you want to speak it, right? And I think oral is what, like speaking usage. Just the dexterity needed for it. So obviously, if this is English, for me, in terms of the shapes that I need to make, this is Japanese. This is Chinese. And this is Spanish. So I do have quite a bit of dexterity already trained for enunciating in these languages. So the reason why this is important is it gives you a context of where I'm starting. So oftentimes when people look at someone doing things, right, when you go on to your favorite influencer, say you have a guy that is really good at giving dietary recommendations, you vibe with this person. Oftentimes there's not enough context to know oftentimes you don't know the context of this person's experience, right? The idea is that oftentimes there's no record of what their prior experience is. There's no contextualizing what they have going in, what methods and learning skills they have already, and then what they're looking for in the future. And that's why I always start with opening opinions. It gives it contextualized so that it makes it less spurious. Like when someone says, oh yeah, but this part was harder for me, or I'm having problems with this, but you don't seem to be having problems with this. So I try to at least dabble and at least summarize some of the elements that are going in. Japanese is pretty easy to pronounce except for the R. That would be compartmentalizing. So Japanese is hard or easy dependent on someone else's prior backgrounds. So the R is not hard for me because I just explained my exposure to the other languages. So R's are very natural for me in both the Germanic sense, which is English, and Japanese and Chinese. They're very similar. So when you say comments like that, I would probably say that you think Japanese is pretty easy to pronounce, except for the R sound. And that's perfectly fair. Largely, the whole point of introducing my personal history is to contextualize what is going to be easy for me and what's going to be hard for me. So I don't know what's going to be hard for me not knowing Japanese, but if someone knew that I have this type of profile, they wouldn't say that to me, right? Because that's false expectations. That's a misuse of expectations. Compartmentalizing is what I mean by when someone says a comment without knowing the context. And it doesn't mean you're not like kind or compassionate or something like that. I'm just being very aware. This is how I approach things when it comes to someone telling me something and knowing what may or may not happen. I am rarely ever vigorously confident that someone is accurate until I actually do the thing. And it's very difficult for me to know someone who don't know what I'm talking about already. So that's kind of the idea. So here's the history. I think I can get a few more things, but I covered the things that I focus. My personal methodology involves these things: the auditory, the ear training, right? The semantics, which is education. The semantics, so like terminology, that type of stuff, the abstraction of the language. And then written, as in seeing the actual characters, the combination of those characters. Like, what does Spanish look like? Like, even, I'm not, we're probably, Duolingo probably didn't go into like, hiragana and kanji, right? And that's probably not what that's called, but, you know, the characters. We'll see if we get into characters with something else. And then obviously Mandarin or Chinese, right? I'm pretty confident they didn't go into there yet. We'll probably do something else where I use a tablet pen to write for that part. And then oral, as in not necessarily pronouncing full words, because full words is an integration of semantics and oral. It's just the ability to form the shapes of all the sounds. And it's different from pronunciation, in my opinion, because enunciation is probably a very superficial, snobby way of distinguishing the two. Like, pronouncing often implies that you have the context of a word, like arigato, which is thank you. But it's more just arigato, right? So just those things. And that's where the oral exposure is. All right, so in terms of methodology, it's been a really long time since I formally learned the language. So what language did I formally learn? Well, my first formal language is English. Surprise, surprise. My second formal language is actually Spanish. And very specifically, it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid of Mexican / Latina. And I guess we'll just call it Spain. It's not there's actually a regional. It's a very specific part of Spain. My instructor made it pretty clear where it was. So it's a mix of the two. I had an instructor that was Latina and an instructor that was from Spain. Here, this is pretty much 99% of my life. So my education never stopped. You might be thinking, well, no kidding, it's 99%. No, I mean I'm actively learning English 99% of my life. Most people stop around, I'm going to say 25 years of age. They stop learning a language after around 25 because it's not necessary. And that's perfectly fine. You can liberate all that time to learning other skills. For me, I actually use time to learn English, as in more terminologies, like usage, metaphorical writing, literature. I like writing and talking and using communication. So I actually spend most of my life still continuing to learn English in many ways. Poetry, translating like Japanese to English, trying to capture Japanese facsimiles in English, all that stuff continues. Most people don't, because you don't need to. You don't need to know like different idiosyncratic methods to how you learn by using the words literally, right? You don't have to, people don't continue to learn how to use what is a high school vocabulary so you can talk to high school students versus how do you talk to college students to further their communication skills. All those things just go by the wayside. You pick your comfort zone and then you go with it. And that's not exclusive to English. It's more exclusive to your native language. I would say around 25. It might be even less now, actually. I think I'm being a little conservative when people stop learning their language anymore, the native language. They just use the language and then they rely on intuition as opposed to actively and intellectually learn new things like superfluous stuff. So I learn English at a largely superfluous level. It's not necessary. So 99%. I'm still learning vocabulary to this day and how English can be manipulated and whatnot. Spanish, this is gonna be rough because Spanish was 7 years, but this was over 10 years ago. And now I only use Spanish when necessary, and it's often written Spanish. That's why this profile, written education and written Spanish, is bigger. Because generally speaking, when you're playing video games, right, there's chat. And I live in the Western Hemisphere, right? And the United States. And the second biggest language is Spanish. And specifically Latina. Like Latin. Or Latina. I don't want to say Latin because that might be confused with Latin. Which technically it's a Romance language, so it's derived from Latin anyways. Or like it's Latin is the root for that. So just to give an idea, right? So personal methods. The reason why I spend education is because just to tell you that most of my methods now applies to English, even though I have formal education in Spanish. And then I have no formal education in Mandarin or Japanese. It is just exposure. So all exposure is where Japanese and Mandarin is. It's negligible. So oftentimes I want to say it's no particular order, because most of the time it's simultaneous. Simultaneous is always pretty fine because simultaneous involves an intuition. However, there is some order, so I'm going to try to put some order, but don't be too strict about it. So my methodology always starts with ear training. And it's always starting with the most intuitive to the most intellectual. So the methodology is you start with focusing on things that you have self-awareness, that you're self-aware to be intuitive, and then slowly go towards intellectual approaches. So ear training is the most intuitive to me. Basically, for Japanese, now we're just going to focus specifically on Japanese. What do I have going into this, right? And what am I hoping to work on and use? Ear training is the most natural for me. So listening. So I'm hoping I hear, right, Japanese words. Historically, you need ear training, in my opinion, largely first. So you have to normalize sounds to your ear. And that involves, for Japanese, that's, I watch anime, right? I watch Japanese cinema. Especially like old films, like for example, shout outs to the Godzilla crew right now, right? Shin Godzilla, right? Shin Godzilla, Godzilla minus, or was it called Godzilla Zero? It's either Godzilla Zero or Minus, which came out. I haven't seen it yet. And Japanese video games, which I'm currently playing, right? For one, Like a Dragon series. It has the option, which I generally play through English, then I play through Japanese. But just recently, the most recent game, shoutouts to Sega and RGG, they added Chinese, which is probably Mandarin. I doubt it's Cantonese. So these are my auditory, so it's ear training. So when I hear Japanese, I hear Japanese. Like, I know when it's not Japanese. And that's a really specific phrasing because it's different from knowing what is Korean, Thai, Cambodian, Taiwanese, Laos, right? Those things, I know it's not Japanese. That's the most important thing. Because when you hear language, like actual in conversation outside, I happen to be in a privileged state where I've been around environments where all these languages can be present all at once. Sometimes the accents, the regional accents in the language can fool you. So yes, you can argue and compartmentalize and say Japanese sound very distinct. It's because their enunciation, and I agree with most people, their oral enunciation of their sounds are quite distinct. It's distinct enough that it's a great place to start to differentiate. However, we're not going to stop at Japanese because I am exposed to Korean, Vietnamese, Thai, Cambodian, like their regional shape language, and Mandarin at home. So that stuff can interfere with Japanese if you let it. So it's kind of like if you know Spanish, you know what is not Latina, perhaps. Like Spain Spanish, you may distinguish between that it is not Spain Spanish, possibly. Or like whatever the regional dialect of Guatemalan is, or like the difference between Brazilian Portuguese and Portugal Portuguese, that kind of thing. So I'm just saying that just to clarify, right? So I have enough auditory training that Japanese is Japanese, and I can pick out the syllables. I can pick out all the different syllables. It doesn't sound like a foreign entity. Like, for example, if someone says like "so desu ka," I can hear the different syllables, like how the syllables are brought together. So when I hear someone speak Japanese, I can imitate it. That's ear training. It has no fundamentals with semantics or written language or what it means, but I have the ability to imitate it. And that leads to the second thing. Once you have ear training, typically something else that comes by is imitation. And that deals with oral skills. So I don't need to know what arigato means. If I hear someone say arigato, I can say it. Just like Mandarin and Spanish. When someone says like, I was gonna make a joke about Spanish because I like making fun of Spanish because it's like near and dear to my heart. Like if someone says quesadilla, at least I know it's quesadilla, right? And if someone say quesadilla, I can say quesadilla. Or like I was gonna use like a rolling R sound, but let's use a T sound, right? Like nah, let's not do Spanish. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of a lot of jokes. Let's just stick with Japanese. So I have enough abilities to imitate, so it's gonna help a lot. So it's not like I'm learning how to pronounce things again. And I actually think this is the order that I naturally gain language proficiency. I listen to a lot of the language, and then over time, I imitate a lot of the language, and that's how I develop pronunciation. So I don't go and learn it the other way. So if you're wondering, why is it important to say how I approach these things? Because a lot of people, what they would do is they would see the word, right? Romaji. So if you see Romaji, then they hear the word for the first time. And then they imitate. So they try to understand the semantics and the written before they hear the word and imitate it. In my opinion, about myself, and maybe a lot of others, I start with hearing the word, imitating the word, then I go and find out what the word looks like written, and then I learn its meaning. So it's the reverse, like that one step is very fundamentally different. I establish ear training and ability to speak before I see written and then understanding and comprehension. So why is that a big deal? Is because I'm saying what is more intuitive to me and what is intellectual. Written is higher in intellectual skill. It requires a higher demand on being intellectual. And then understanding the meaning is the epitome of abstraction. So the way I approach this is that I start with the lowest barrier of entry first. I make that lowest barrier of entry the most consistent thing, and then I move to the intellectual. So where am I right now? I am literally right here. So what Duolingo is going to have to serve for me is to expose me to seeing the written characters, be it Romaji or the traditional characters, right? We'll probably have to get another program for the traditional characters. I think this is more of a Romaji thing, but there is an option. I'm pretty sure I saw it in a screenshot or something. There's an option for both. We'll try both. And what I do is I take my ear training and my imitation and I associate it with the written characters, not the other way around. I don't read the thing and then think of the words or think of the sounds first. And then ultimately, obviously, we want to establish meaning, right? And then when we establish meaning, then you have construction, which is like, this is technically where abstraction comes from. Construction, so like sentence construction, grammar, and stuff, right? And this is where I think when I was cursorily looking at Duolingo's popularity and all that stuff, this is where like it's the final phase and people are like, oh, but Duolingo doesn't do this. And then like, well, it's a work in progress. Duolingo is a persistent app. It's taking steps. And I'm pretty sure what Duolingo did in its progression, I haven't followed Duolingo, but my guess, if I had to guess, they started with the infrastructure of written language, understanding, and then afterwards added ear training. As in, it's always an option to hear the language and allow someone to imitate the language, encourage to imitate the language, only after understanding the visual written language and maybe its understanding. Rarely do I ever do that. For me, I hear the language, I imitate it for fun, right? Like, oh yeah, this word sounds cool, like so desu ka. I really enjoy, or like soka, right? And then eventually after hearing soka, like picking out soka, so often I know what it looks written because subtitles get associated with English words and whatnot, and then I associate the meaning and the written. Actually, here's an even crazier thing. Because of the way I learn, I typically know the meaning of the phrase before I even see it written. Because I'm not learning pretending like English is not important to learning Japanese. That, to me, is not using all your experience. I watch programs. I hear the word. I imitate the word. And I see the meaning in English. And because I know the meaning in English, I look up what the word looks written. And the closest thing to the English language is Romaji. So then I look up Romaji, and then eventually it goes to the characters, which I haven't reached yet. That's where I stopped. So this is where I want to continue. I want to now see more written words and more construction as opposed to meaning. So I know what soka means, you know, onegai, arigato, konbanwa, like, jiane, like, I know like various words and I already know their meaning even before ever seeing them written because I'm leveraging English. So that's how I approach things. And the reason why I do that is, which is the last part of what I want to do about methodology, this is like a good cursory understanding, is I'm more of a memory person. So how do you create consistency in memory? So one of the skills that I often use is association. So when you compartmentalize, which is what, in my opinion, the most popular thing to do, compartmentalize. Basically, imagine, shelve your English, or shelve whatever your native language is. Just like put it into the corner of your brain, and now you learn Japanese. You open up a bank somewhere, and all your Japanese goes into there. When your memory, how memory works, in my opinion, I'm not a neurosurgeon or like a professional neurosurgeon or neurobio or a psychology major, right? Someone who has a background in it. I am hobbyist that reads a lot about these things and then translate them to learning and education. So I take what I need to try to refine the learning process for people. Memory works far more consistent when you associate things. The older you get, the more you have to compartmentalize. Eventually, compartmentalization becomes so strenuous, you lose the motivation, the barrier gets really big, and consistency goes straight out the door. So what happens is you're fighting yourself emotionally and psychologically all the time. Like, oh yeah, that's right. So I'm learning Japanese. Man, I gotta stop thinking in German, or I gotta stop thinking in my primary language. That's extra stress. That's just working against yourself. And that doesn't get any easier as you get older, because you'll continue to learn you're going to continue to use your native language. You're constantly reinforcing the use of your native language. Instead of fighting against it, you create associations. So no matter what, I can no longer ever forget onegai, because it means please. Because when I see the word please, I know it's onegai. That it's a permanent association. So instead of trying to think that two languages are separate, which I feel, if you don't think that, you wouldn't ever compare the languages. They're inseparable. Like, what I mean is, oftentimes people are like, oh yeah, this is harder, this is easier, and like, oh, this is different, this is different. It's irrelevant. If you use memory consistently by association, they're going to be interconnected. They're going to be the same. When I truly believe, like, when you think of how memory works, it's very close to what I consider is fluency. When you become fluent, the languages aren't treated differently anymore. They are one and the same. So what I mean is, the feeling is not which is easy and which is hard, is when you want to use them. So, like, when I talk to my parents, I shift back and forth. If you talk to like a modern, if you go to Japan, right, and you talk to a younger person, 18 to 25, say they probably know quite a lot of English and Japanese at the same time. When you listen to their language, it's gonna be a combination of Japanese and English. Thoughts can be completed in Japanese and English and mixed together instantaneously. So it's not about which one's easy and which one's hard. You're naturally trying to associate all the consistencies together. In my opinion, why does that happen naturally, even if you compartmentalize? It's how your memory works. You don't remember it's so much harder to remember something abstract without context versus contextualizing it. So, for example, how do I remember onegai? It's not just because it's please. The reason why I remember onegai is because there's an anime that deals with the person who keeps apologizing for everything. And that was the whole theme of the anime. So not only did I associate with just the word and the subtitle, I've contextualized something that I've consumed in English. And then, because I consumed in English, I learned about Japanese culturalism. And that's what makes the memory vivid. It doesn't have to be that crazy. That's just how I go about it. Mine is like a deeper rabbit hole. It's kind of like a mind palace thing. But when you try to learn a language, you can definitely use your previous language to learn it. I think this is a hot take that lots of formal educators would maybe disagree with me. I'm just leveraging memory, in my opinion. As an adult, you leverage memory to create consistency. Language becomes easier if you can associate it with something you already know how to do. As a child, you don't already know how to do something that is very similar, so you don't compare anything, you just do it. So when I'm learning Japanese, I'm also perfecting my English. Like, I'm learning more about English as I'm learning Japanese. Like, hey, how do I express soka in English to someone? Well, or if I'm saying this in English, how do I say it in Japanese? It's not, I want to say this in Japanese. How do I say it? Like, it's not isolated. You're not trying to come up with things in one language or the other. You're coming up with it together. So everything is going to be associated. So when I'm using Duolingo, it's going to happen. The lesson will teach you like, hey, this word means dog, like oni, ino, right? You use the term ino, blah, 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 fill in the blank. What are the words that most appropriately fit in this English sentence-ish that provides enough context? What appropriate Japanese word fits into that spot? Like, I love my pet blank. Ino can fit in there. You know, the word for dog, I think. I'm pretty sure. And the only reason I know that, Ino, is because there's an inside joke way back in the 90s, the first Naruto series. There's a character named Ino. And there was an inside joke about being a dog. Like the name is dog. I hope I didn't remember that incorrectly, but that's the idea. Even if I remember it incorrectly, it's very salient. Like, the memories and components is associating as many things you can. So auditory is great. Imitating it is great. Reading it is great. All those components make a memory really strong. Now you're an adult. You have a lot of experiences. Use those experiences to help you remember other things. What more can you do than associate your entire understanding of another language to your current language, instead of constantly trying to separate them? That's just kind of my thing. Like, in the 7 years, right, that I learned Spanish, in these 7 years I learned Spanish, it's only my association with English that I enjoyed and love learning about Spanish, because everything I learned about Spanish is also associated with everything I know about English. Like, if I'm saying, like, I don't know, me gusto también, something like that, like, I like it also, right? It's gonna be a phrase that, do I use that phrase in English? Like, I like it also, me too, kind of thing, right? Maybe. I know sumimasen, right? And like, oyasumi, and I don't know, wakairi, that kind of thing, right? Those words are something I use a lot in English. And because I use them a lot, I want to know those words. So that's kind of how you get the connections. You don't forget words when you use your experience. I know I was only supposed to go for 2 hours, but that's that. And then we're gonna go to our last point. that I want to cover that I'm looking for. Design focuses. Because let's not forget that this is still an app. And design focuses on education, right? Education through engagement. So a lot of times we already talked about the mechanical stuff. So we'll see the UI design, right? Or UX, what have you. Auditory. So sound design, if there are any. I don't know, there's sound design. I hope you can control the sound somehow. That might be something that's very important. Like here's one that I know is probably not in Duolingo that I would probably suggest right off the bat. I'm willing to bet this is not in because it's very difficult to make this work. Auditory, the reason why I mentioned sound control is speed, EQing, and multiple speakers. So this might be way in the future. Maybe it's a super Duolingo or a premium Duolingo service or something. When it comes to auditory, the first thing about ear training, why I always start, or I generally start at ear training and an imitation, is because speed, tone, like the frequency, the cadence, and accents, regional accents, or even particular individual variation is very important to normalize a language's understanding. Like, for example, you could be really good at English, but still have trouble understanding what I'm saying. That's a very known thing. And being able to adjust speed too, like not even having different speakers of different speed, but just having the ability to adjust the speed. I could speak slowly, intentionally, to help someone form the foundations. Or it could end up being very rapid and it, it's just lots of messy stuff, lots of filler words. Like there's a lot of things that deal with auditory design. I doubt that is approachable. I feel this is more sweaty as a fun thing, sweaty, right? And that can come way later. That might even be for people who want to invest in it. So like an advanced feature behind a paywall is perfectly reasonable because the paywall funds the free edition, which is what we're going to use. I haven't decided. We'll determine if we're going to become a premium user or something like that. So there's that thing. And in this light, I want to know how monetization works. And this is very different. I'm going to put in quotes, monetization. I'm specifically interested in how the developers fund themselves. And is it apparent to the user? Which I feel in the TED Talk, going back to the TED Talk, they did mention that it wasn't always the case, apparently. It's now more based on it's a subscription service, so it's more live service stuff, which I have a lot of observations about because of the gaming industry. And something that I don't share online is more like video subscriptions services. So like Netflix and whatnot. I usually talk like that at a distance with other people, right? Like structures, business models around that. So is it evident here? My guess is it's a subscription service that basically the TED Talk made it very neatly packed together. Subscription is basically to tax affluent people who can afford convenience, because why not, right? And this tax, tax is not a negative or a positive word. It's a appropriate, pragmatically used word. This tax is used to fund free services, which is what the developers work on and spend their livelihoods. So this type of system is often the model for live service. And the question is, you know, how obvious it is, and how do I feel about it and all that. So that's kind of part of the whole like design looking at stuff. And then the idea of engagement. I'm looking for things that actually reinforce engagement. So like proactive designs, which include like proactive encouragement, maybe. Something that tackles reward. Mitigates failure. And another good one would be encourage breaks intentionally. The reason why I say encourage breaks intentionally is the idea that making money is secondary to design choices that causes users to stop using the app. So this is one of the fundamentals, in my opinion, of learning, especially for adults. Especially for adults, it becomes less so. So like this break thing, adults do this less and less breaking. Children, another thing is children gain a lot more than adults from breaking. So what I mean is, if you like say you as a child, if you were challenged for like 30 minutes, right? And that's past a breaking point. That's ironic, sorry, that's a pun that I didn't mean to do. But like you're at the point of losing focus. When you rest, children intuitively improve incredibly well. Unfortunately, when you become an adult, that whole intellectual leverage, right? That intellectual leverage can produce interference. So for example, this is a really tough one here. As an adult, when you take more breaks on intellectual things, like learning a language, for example, that means you're going to use something else that will compartmentalize. Like a lot of times people have a tendency, hey, when I stop learning Japanese, I'm going to switch over to English mode. And then when you're using English, you stop thinking about Japanese. And that's what I mean by compartmentalizing. Compartmentalizing right? If you're a compartmentalizing learner, you do not gain anything when not using it. This is what I want to discourage. That's just that this works when you're a kid, because when you're taking a break, you're resting and you're not really doing anything that's interfering. So like if a kid learns English when they're taking a break, they're still contextualizing English. Like there's nothing else possibly interfering with it. When you're an adult, when you're taking a break, there's a really good chance interference is going to go up. And interference comes from not associating your things. As in, when you use English, for example, you're going to forget Japanese because you're compartmentalizing them. In contrast, what I generally do is when I'm taking a break and I'm thinking in English, I remember the Japanese things when I'm using English. So every time I say the word please, I'm already thinking about the word onegai. That's it. That's what's the difference between associating your memories and making your knowledge work for you and reinforcing memory all at the same time. You don't stop thinking about a language, you stop learning a language. Then when you're taking a break from learning Japanese, you are taking a break from learning Japanese. You don't stop thinking about all the things you've learned in Japanese while taking that break. As a kid, there's no other thing. So they intuitively get really good when you take breaks. And breaks are necessary. Biologically, psychologically, literally, how your neurons work is that when you take a break, it consolidates. A period of rest for both intellectually and physically is required to consolidate and solidify the things you learn through a challenge. It's very rare that there's a dramatic improvement that's more dramatic than resting. After like a hard day's work, a hard day's class, rarely do you get more gains than after you take a really long break, like go to sleep. Adults still have an advantage where if you take small periods of break, you'll see an improvement, because when you lose focus, you have the intellectual leverage and experience to know, okay, I still can get some gains if I rest for 4 minutes and then get my focus back. A child, when they lose focus, it's going to be a while before they get their focus back. And usually giving them a prolonged break will greatly increase that success, and it becomes easier intuitively. As an adult, it's no longer intuitive in a sense. It's less so intuitive because you have a lot of other things going on. So that goes with breaks too. Breaks are awesome if you have the mindset that takes advantage of breaks. So what I'm saying here is, to me, encouraging a healthy cycle so what I mean is, I know they have a heart system for the free edition. And this is a very controversial design choice, in my opinion. The heart system have to be long enough to get an average focus length. And usually there's no science behind this. This is just statistical collection, anecdotal. Usually I would say greater than 30 minutes. So if they found statistically that people lose all their hearts in the free edition after a 30-minute session, that's sufficient. I hope the heart system is not because of making money. Like, secondarily. It's more, instead of focusing on money, it's focused on retention and consistency. And these are at odds with each other, consistency and retention, in my opinion. So when you have retention is how long the session goes. And often I would say when you're learning something, like when you're at your peak, you're kind of, well, you usually start anywhere from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Some people obviously can go longer, and some people can. The idea is to get enough, right? Enough consistently. So 30 minutes. So the heart system supports a 30-minute to 1 hour session. That's great. Even if they were trying to ensure that encourage money spending, 30 minutes an hour, those people will have enough retention to be consistent, because consistency deals with progress. And being as a hobbyist of learning and stuff, generally 30 minutes to an hour a day works for a vast majority of things to see enough consistent progress to enhance consistency. So if I find that the heart system allows me to do 30 minutes to an hour, it's sufficient. What does it look like when money making is primary to encouraging resting? Because there's too long of a session. You can go too long, right? And that actually reduces consistency. It really does. So, for example, what if they gave 15 hearts or unlimited hearts right away? And this kind of works to monetization, even though it's even though it could be interpreted as, oh, well, this is a way to make money, right? Fair enough, but hear me out here. If you have unlimited hearts from a default, you're willing to think that you need those unlimited hearts, and that's where they are getting their money from. Because I know that the premium service that's offered, right, removes this restriction, but do you actually want that? Well, the idea is you have to ask yourself, when you finish these hearts, right, are you still engaged, right, and focused? So the people who end up buying this service found themselves still engaged and willing to pay for it. That is a healthy design, in my opinion, if the baseline is high enough for progress. So it has to cater enough progress to free people, allow those who have a higher attention span. That doesn't mean they learn faster. It's not a given that a person who has a higher attention span learns faster, learns more efficiently. It's variable. You have to understand how you can proficiently learn at your best. It's not how, in what way the process is not one size fits all. So for someone who has a higher focus, if they have the resources, they'll pay for it. That's great. But the bottom line here is, I hope that I can get my minimum attention span, that I believe most people will see progress. And this, here's the what is it called, the silver lining? No, here's the, I don't know, it's like a euphemism. A lot of times when people like to go really, really long, what does that do? It creates addiction. And a lot of in the TED Talk, I know being addicted to learning a new language, that sounds pretty good, right? That's harmless. You get to learn something. It's a double edge. There's a caveat to this. When you're addicted to something, especially a long session, that's great if your goal is to learn Japanese or whatever language you're doing. It's not great when it's taking time away from resting, eating, social life. So, no, I actually disagree with the euphemism. This is one of the topics that I disagree with the euphemism in the TED Talk. I understand that it can seem very provocative to be addicted to learning. At least it's not addicted to substance abuse, for example. Absolutely. It's still not as proficient and efficient for the goal of learning a language to have excessively long sessions and encourage people to do that when they don't rest. If you don't rest and use your tools, you actually, what happens is you reduce consistency over time. Because what happens is your sessions, this is from the video game industry, like the stuff that the video game industry struggles with, and streaming services and whatnot. Because if sessions get long, they continue to get longer and longer. And what happens when things get longer and longer? It's addiction. What's that? Not sustainable. Much like every other skill, if you increasingly place larger and larger demand on your attention, it becomes less and less sustainable because it becomes harder and harder, as in the time investment gets to a point where you need like 16 hours to up a notch in your Japanese proficiency. And what happens? At some point the person breaks and then the consistency tanks. And how fast this happens has to be a progressively slow process. If it goes from like 30 minutes to an hour to buying a subscription, like if you're actively encouraging someone, hey, I want to push this subscription on you, you can do it as limited as possible. In my opinion, for the sake of education, for the sake of promoting healthy learning, not just to learn a language, but healthy learning, this can ruin people's consistency. So if I'm gonna be a little egotistical here or arrogant here. In my experience, my professional experience, is that you must lean the person into longer sessions. So a design, I'm hoping maybe I'll see the design. Say, hey, I see that you've been spending only 10 minutes doing this. Do you feel comfortable, like after the 10 minutes are up, it's like, hey, you've already spent 10 minutes learning Japanese. Do you want to keep going and try for 15 minutes? Then 20, then 30. I know it's great for the convenience for like the rich people and like the people who can afford the subscription to go straight to unlimited, right? And what you're saying, what you're assuming here as a person who's educating is that they know where their limits are. It's unlimited, but your customers are limited. They are human beings. So naturally, these are the things that I would like to throw in as considerations. So the unlimited prime, what's a way to offset this? If you have an unlimited premium service, right? Does the software, does the app ever tell you, hey, you've been at this for 2 hours. Try taking a break. Come back later. Because one of the dangers of subscription-based things, like I know this person sounded very compassionate and want to really encourage people in education, but a lot of education is also imbalance. Like it's what makes video games and media so dangerous, is the idea that you can keep on going. And what happens is that people don't stop taking breaks. And what do? They milk that. They exploit that FOMO, exploit the feeling like, hey, those people who can barely afford it, they're like, oh, I have to get my money's worth. Like, I paid $10 for this subscription. I don't actually know how much the subscription is, but it's a pledge. So you're going to constantly be reinforced psychologically, like, I need to get $10 worth of value. But what does that look like? If the app is not telling you to take a break, you don't even know where the point of reference is. So like, you can establish a point of reference after every hour past the hearts, right? Past like whatever 5 hearts. I think they give 5 hearts. Maybe when you get to 10 hearts, the person will ask, hey, like the app will have something like, you recently failed 10 times. I think you might be losing focus, or it might be getting too challenging. Please take a break. You can come back. In the end, it might seem like it's discouraging the person from spending more time on their product, but it's money second. Your customer retention, like long distance consistency retention, I should have chose the better word, but like the sessions are at the sacrifice of longer sessions, like usage, you promote longer consistency. So not only are those people going to return more often, they're healthy and they have a better work-life balance, and they'll continue to learn. Learning is an endurance game. It's not a sprint. So when I saw the heart system and then the subscription for unlimited, I like to believe that in the future, it become obvious putting in safeguards to enhance healthy relationship with an app. Because if you don't, in my opinion, then Duolingo is committing the same thing of exploiting sprinters. Which, what are sprinters? Instant gratification. So the founder, the CEO, did mention that they're using the same techniques that make games and mobile apps and subscription service very addictive. That's great. I think someone who cares about their well-being and education and stuff can do better than that. When the moment you get into this cycle where you're constantly learning, it's like everything else. When you learn and you see progress, it's addictive. Like, you want to keep learning. If you don't rest, you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out before you finish learning, or you don't develop the habits needed to do it for a lifetime. Why did people usually stop learning in adulthood their native language? It's not necessary anymore. Because why? Learning is taxing. Learning doesn't have to be taxing. Psychologically. Physically, it no matter what, it's physically taxing. The longer you do something, you need to rest. So that's why encouraging the rest thing will promote a healthier relationship. And then naturally downstream of it is your mental health. So I like to believe that Duolingo is using and exploiting the same type of approaches for engagement, but since they are educators, hopefully they're educators first and foremost, with a philosophy on educating, as the TED Talk would suggest from their founder, that they can do better, in my opinion, which is the idea that there's got to be stopgaps, got to make the sessions, encourage the sessions to be just good enough. I just spent like yesterday clipping things I talk about taking breaks, like 30 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 30 minutes on. Heck, you can probably even put an ad break in between those. I kid you not. Like, people hate ads because they're negative, but if you distract someone with like a 30-second ad in the middle of two 30-minute sessions, it actually breaks, like breaking away can help not become addicted to something. And without addiction, the threshold doesn't keep going up. So it becomes more sustainable. You're not like drinking coffee one day, right? 1 cup of coffee. Then it becomes 2. Then it becomes 3, 4, 5. Like and at some point your physical body ends up checking you and say like, dude, too much coffee. And it becomes really hard at that point. This is why, in my opinion, I always talk about using video games as a way to constructively understand what your limits are, how you learn, and how you regulate all of that stuff. And you become more of an efficiency person and not a min-max person. When you become a min-max person, unlimited hearts. Like, a min-max person with C, that's only $10. Say $10 for unlimited hearts. You think to yourself, okay, how much is $10 worth? Well, let's say how much a class is worth per hour or something, and then you're going to be forced to get the best bang for your buck. And yes, I understand that's a great way to force people to do a good thing, as in learn. It's the same exploitation, and there is a double edge to that. They actually end up learning less in the long run, in my opinion, as someone who often need to teach people about harder things, or like not harder things, but emotionally impactful things, like taking care of yourself, starting habits starting dietary habits, or practicing communication, overcoming anxiety, all those things. It's less of a barrier than this. And I feel app developers and stuff, it's almost a win-win, but it's really hard to it's really hard to balance the stuff where you want the people to keep using your app intuitively and voluntarily, instead of being reliant on direct interactions. So right now it's direct interactions. The hearts are telling you stop now because you ran out of hearts, unless you want to pay. And then when you pay, use to your heart's content, and no one, sorry, that was a pun, that was unintentional, but no one is going to stop you, right? I like to think the app is going to stop you, as in, hey, you lost another 5 hearts. I know you have unlimited hearts, my man, but if you're losing hearts at a rapid rate, that means you're not learning anymore. You're tired. You're brute forcing. Your time is better spent having a great meal and going to a random influencer and sharing what you learned today, because you already learned those things. So that's what moderation is. And yeah, some part of me want to just buy the subscription and do it hardcore, but I know better than that, in my opinion. So let's see where that is. That's a big point, because you can end up becoming the app design sometimes come with the most noblest, kindest assertion. Even a good thing can become a bad thing without moderation. So hopefully everyone has moderation. For me, I think it's a blessing in disguise. Oh, that was the phrase I was looking for. The free edition is a blessing in disguise, because the 5 hearts give an upper limit to your session. And I hope it also has a high enough lower limit to allow regulation. The word unlimited, it means it's unsustainable for a human being. You don't want unlimited things, in my opinion, if you don't understand what your limits are to begin with. When you exceed your limit consistently, you stop doing those things. Like, if you grossly, like, what are the most fundamental ones of training? Like physical training. If you push yourself 300% for like 3 days, you're gonna get an injury. It's regulation. You build near it. The brain works the same way. So what happens when your session goes to 10 hours and you learn like 1 hour's worth of content, right? What does the brain do? Well, you're wasting your time. And what are you going to do when you know you're wasting your time? You're going to stop using the app. Not knowing that you could just, instead learn 1 hour at a time and still see progressive progress, because there were other factors that were involved. You're constantly fatigued. Your focus is not past that point. You're not working at the greatest state of mind as your session extends. So these are the things that I would say I'm almost confident is not in Duolingo's design. Because if Duolingo is also business forward, if these designs are in there, I'm less likely to believe that this is business forward, or maybe short-sightedness. I really think if they are education forward, there would be designs like this, because an educator, right? An educator who is designing a product to educate people, in my opinion, should be well aware that there's an upper limit to how long people can learn, and that it's very variable. So one of the most crucial designs in an educational program, be it a masterclass, YouTube channel, or something, when you're in the field of trying to get people to learn something and listen to something, time matters at the expense of your business practices. Yeah, it's great if you keep getting people to play your things and use your things. Do they stay long enough? You can still do it. You can get them to be addicted at the expense, and then generating bad PR and eventually grounding your entire enterprise. Sure. Or you go with a still pretty scary thing about creating a closed ecosystem and monetarily and iteratingly slowly causing people to become codependent on you. And you hope that the people who make those products continue to have their consumers' welfare in mind. Apple, anyone, the Apple ecosystem. So that's my 2 cents on this. We'll see if this exists. I just want to go to 3 hours, really. All right. Those are my opening opinions. Yeah. It's kind of like learning a language. If you can listen to me drone on for like 3 hours about the intricacies about education learning, I think if most of this resonates with you, you probably could learn any language you want, in my opinion. No problems. This is why I love education. I love getting people to understand what works best for them, not tell you what it is. I don't know how long your attention span is, right? Like, all the stuff I said don't have defined parameters. They're not life hacks. They're skills you can practice on your own, and they're skills you use to gauge what you need to do for yourself. To me, I highly doubt. I'll be incredibly impressed, though. I'm not saying it's not possible. I don't think this design language is in any apps that I have seen so far. Like, truly the new modernized integration of modern learning and formal learning. And if I were still working in academia, that is what my classes would be structured like. Like, I want to structure my class with these philosophical points in mind. So it's not modern learning and formal learning, which is the old one, traditional learning. It's the marrying of the two. Understanding that when you get older or younger, depending on the type, you can greatly enhance how information is taken by integrating modern designs and lessons from streaming services, and you can exploit those too, just like Duolingo, using those same exploitive methods for a different purpose. I don't want to say for a good cause, because it won't be good if it's not sustainable and it creates a stigma. What stops a person from learning? Their previous experience sucked. Do they have to know why their previous experience sucked? They don't. And then as long as it sucks and it keeps reinforcing that it sucks, they'll believe it. So when you're starting off Duolingo, for example, and people are saying, oh yeah, I spent 3 years, I have a 3-year streak in Duolingo and I still can't speak to a Japanese person. That's reinforcing a negative loop. So it can just be as deleterious with magnanimous, kind starts. Like the greatest of intents, its execution is still just as deleterious, potentially deleterious, as any other app that's using the same methods. Moderation. Learning requires moderation. Like some of the most successful business models, like enterprises that perceivably hit, is they create options that allow people to choose their pace just enough while maximizing profit. Not like, there's different degrees, but I think the ideal way is to make it so that it's sustainable, right? And that's how subscription service came to be, where like, oh, is it too expensive? It gets moderated down and moderated up. And so flexible systems like that, when you're thinking about the difference between 5 hearts and unlimited, that's unhinged. that's just brutal mobile gotcha game addiction, red flag. And I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So that sounds more like a business move with a kind heart to education than an unapologetic dedication to education at the expense of maximizing profit. So just keep in mind. And obviously Duolingo is a big company. There's a lot of people, so there might be loss in translation. It's not to say that the CEO can have omniscient, like there might be things that limited experience happens, right? Anyways, I still love that these things exist. I wouldn't be able to make these comments and talk about these things without having to experience and encounter products that exist. So I'm absolutely appreciative of the stuff I use. And it goes without saying, I usually say that this at the end. I don't choose things because they're not meaningful and worth it and useful, right? I'm doing this. I wouldn't decide like, hey, I'm going to dedicate 6 months of my life or more to testing a product or using a product for my own personal use because I don't believe in it. That's kind of weird. I mean, other people can do it just for the clout, right? Clout chasing. I'm not doing it for that. I like learning things, and I think Duolingo will teach me a lot of things. All right, cool. All right, let's switch over. I don't think the session is going to be too long because of the hearts, right? The heart system. So today is going to be longer than usual, but from now on, we won't have opening opinions, and we'll try to gauge how long it is. If it's less than 30 minutes, I'm going to add Mandarin right away. So we'll do Japanese and Mandarin in 2 separate sessions. If it goes past 30 minutes, it's an hour tops or whichever comes first, excluding today, right? So let's go check out this stuff. I seem to can't click on anything. Hello? Okay. All right, so let's start this. So in terms of creating the account, it was pretty intuitive, right? It's your standard. Use your email address, password, and then it asks you a couple questions. And the three important questions that stuck out was obviously gauging what your previous experiences with the language you want to learn. They asked why you wanted to learn it and how long, actually. And the long one was great. And there was like an option for like 5, 10, 15, 20, and then 30. And I just picked 30. Hold on to that thought. And then it gets to this screen when you leave. Once we click on it, it'll show the UI, and we'll just use the UI and experience it firsthand. This is all I got to do, so all the other stuff is going to be relatively new. But before that, I'm going to take a bathroom break. All right, let's click on this. We're gonna skip the tips because I think I read the tips. Let's just look at the tips. Welcome to Japanese has 3 writing systems. Yeah, hiragana, and then where you use the symbols, right, to represent each syllable. And there are no spaces between words. We use Romaji, right? So we went over that. Romaji to represent Japanese sounds using the Roman alphabet. And we're gonna start with Romaji unless they do both. That's perfectly fine because eventually I'll associate those two types of things. In Japanese, verbs go at the end. That's right. What'd you call it? What is it? It's like subject, object, verb, as opposed to like subject, verb, object. Traditionally, like vast majority of the English sentence structure. And the reason why I'm saying that to myself is I'm associating the differences, right? So their example was sushi to mizu. Sushi to mizu. And I'm guessing sushi and water. Oh, that's the example of the Romaji.
Sushi to mizu. Sushi to mizu.
Shish. Oh, yeah, that's right. The light U. Shish to mizu. Oh, that's cool. Wait, how loud is
Sushi
it?
to mizu.
Oh, that's not bad. That's a pretty decent. I don't know if there's audio control for this. I love it.
Sushi to mizu.
Shish to mizu. Okay. Sushi and water. In Japanese, verbs go at the end.
Sushi desu.
Sushi desu. It's sushi. Interesting. What? Oh, so des is it's. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. It's fine. We'll get it eventually. Slowly but surely. Which one of these is sushi? That's interesting. So, can I hear these? No? Okay. So, there's no audio. I was kind of hoping to hear the audio by highlighting over this. Interesting. I'm just looking at the characters right now. So, Mizu, Sushi, Gohanen, Ocha. Sorry, I'm looking at the characters. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. That's quite a leap. Mizu, Sushi, Gohanen, Ocha. Wait, Cha has 2 characters. Interesting. Alright, sure.
寿司
Sushi. You know, I'm still not great with 2 back-to-back S's. It's kind of like the whole she sells seashells by the seashore. It's also my problem with Mandarin too when I speak to my parents. The back-to-back she's or shus. Still pretty difficult for an English speaker. So we'll have to try to work on sushi. Okay. Right. So each mistake costs 1 heart. Stay sharp and focus on, yeah, right. So I guess we can technically keep on going without making mistakes. But generally speaking, if I make 5 mistakes, we'll call it quits for the time being. If I find that I'm still really sharply focused and encouraged, perhaps I'll buy into the premium. And they give a free trial, by the way. I think I just saw a free trial button somewhere. And then apparently they give you a 3-day free trial when you have a particular streak going. I think it was 50 and 100 days. And that would be kind of a fun time. That's a fun thing. I'm not sure if it was coincidental, but at 50 days, I would love to do like a hardcore marathon for 3 days to like push my limits to see where it is. And then I wouldn't do it again, like for a while. So that's kind of fine. So I'm curious if we can keep the free trial until I know I have a very specific time frame to just go hard for like a boot camp, like a crash course for a while, and then lean off. Because short bursts are kind of nice, but they're not sustainable once again. Anyways. Which one of these is water? Oh, Mizu is water. Okay. I didn't actually know. Mizu. Interesting. Ocha. I like that it's using visual, even coloration with the romaji and the hiragana. Not sure about the numbers. The numbers, I think it doesn't necessarily need the numbers. That might actually be a little distracting, but because you can kind of metagame this if the order is not randomized enough. That's another thing. We'll see if I notice a pattern or something. Noticing patterns is kind of fun, but that's more of a video game artifact, and I don't necessarily think that's very promoting for learning something that isn't static. Okay.
水
Mizu. Okay. I'm gonna say, obviously I'm imitating, so I like imitating. So I heard 2 different speakers already. That's kind of nice. So that's awesome that Duolingo has 2 speakers already, because I heard a female voice and a male voice at the moment. The pinging, is there a way to control? Is there a way? Wait, this is probably kanji, right? Up here. Okay. We'll just keep going. It's fine. Audio cues are kind of nice. I still haven't made a mistake yet. I'm kind of curious what the mistake sound is. Having audio cues for success and that's kind of one of the whole dopamine response thing. This is really classic. Well done. This design, I know this might be a controversial take on this design. However, because of the normalization of the trend normalized by, say, Google and a lot of well-known, like, they're not the originators, but the whole like westernized minimalistic approach, creating space, lots of like very compartmentalized areas of focus is actually quite helpful to people that are going to do something that they feel is already taxing, right? So I honestly think this is great. Now, one contention here is that if you're a very formal educator, someone who's like incredibly high leveled and educate people that are already at really high proficiency most of the time, and occasionally maybe instruct someone who's particularly new, oftentimes one could find an emotional disagreement with how spacious the UI is. And I think that works for a smaller subset of people. When you're approaching app design and people who are already on their smartphone, yes, I get it. It may reinforce, like a formal educator, someone would say like, oh yeah, but this is cartoonish and this is like bending and enabling people with short attention spans. Like, yes, it's targeted. The UI here is designed to target that. However, it doesn't mean it can't be a starting point in which they can integrate something that encourages other people to maybe increase that. If you can't get someone to start, it doesn't matter how sophisticated or detailed the app is, the person won't even start. So I heard like a minority voice still, but occasional a criticism where like, oh yeah, you don't learn language like this. It makes like language learning like for kids and being, it's reducing a complex topic into something stupid and ignorant and like childish. And it's like, that's a subjective argument. And I get where you're coming. I get where people who are very complex and have a specific taste, at the same time, someone who's concerned about educating other people in language may probably have noticed that generally reducing anxiety and increasing comfortness removes a lot of distraction. So if this was like like an old textbook, like, when you open those textbook and you have like wall to wall, like maximalized use of space, that stuff, that just doesn't fly. And the nice thing about animation and real time and stuff is they all don't have to fit in the same place. Like, it's kind of like people like that I read, like exposés about or like their take on this. I can imagine if I sit in their seminar, their PowerPoints or like their presentations, it would be like one slide would be, I don't know, have like 6-8 different things going on, and you're kind of like expecting to follow that. So it's more of like if you spend a lot of time being the leader of your field, you spend less and less time being around people who are just getting started, and that's perfectly all right as long as you're aware of it. But criticizing someone else's product that's geared toward a target audience that you clearly are not considering, that's myopic. Just saying. That's why I qualify on who I'm targeting. Like, I'm largely targeting young adults, and this, in my opinion, is very appropriate for young adults and less, right? And younger. It really reduced, like, even for myself, I'm like I'm getting close to 40. When I see a bunch of things on the screen, it's sensory overload. Like, I get overwhelmed quite a bit, and I would be stuck on it forever, and I wouldn't ever get like the actual task completed. I'm already having trouble. And it's this. Sorry. Mizu. For water.
寿司ください。
Sushi kudasai. As in, sushi please? Like, may I have sushi? Or I like sushi. Oh, here it is. Sorry, I didn't even look at the bottom. I basically...
ください。
Oh, yeah, it would be nice to slightly lower it a little bit, but sushi kudasai.
寿司
Sushi kudasai.
ください。
Kudasai is please, is, am. What does is and am mean in this? Interesting. I guess these are contextual. But in this case, it's please. Okay. Interesting.
ください。ください。
Okay. Fair enough. And obviously, they included water because we got sushi and mizu, and then we just been introduced to kudasai in this.
ください。
Kudasai.
ください。
The age of years ago. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I guess I will sort these out as I'm going at some point. Cute little animations. That's always nice. Little flourish. Not bad. Say in Japanese. Mizu. Mizu. J. Mi. J. Wait.
ず
J. Okay. So mi. J.
ず
Interesting. Kind of like changing it up. I like that. And then together.
Mizu.
Okay. Interesting. It's slightly different, I feel, when it's together. Mizu. Ocha. Ocha is tea, right? And gohanin. What was the shape? Rice? Gohanin? Yeah. Gotta maximize. And then sushi. Which one is rice? Gohanin?
ご飯
Oh, gohan. Oh, it's really light. Gohan.
ご飯
Gohan. Okay. So, not necessarily a separate syllable. Gohan.
ご飯
Gohan. Interesting. Okay. Got it. Fair enough. Gohan.
ご飯ください。
And then kudasai shows up again. So, Gohan kudasai. It's kind of funny that it's capitalized. That would be like a gamer moment where, like, well, it's obviously the one that's capitalized, right? Right? Unless they throw a curveball and don't always capitalize the first word. Anyways. I think these animations are cute, but I have a soft spot for cute animations.
水ください。
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 Oh, what is this? Oh, wait.
水ください。
That's it. Excellent. I love it. I absolutely love it. I know there's no like custom slider, but awesome. See, this is what I love. I absolutely love this. They allow you to, they have a voice sample with it slowed down. That's absolutely amazing. So now, what are the concerns that I had? That I would be impressed? Sound design. So I was thinking speed. They have speed, at least a slower speed. At least a slower speed, and they have two different speakers. And they have two different speakers of different genders. Because the tone and pitch and whatnot can be very different, like in the processing of ear training. So it's awesome that they have at least two and they have an option to slow it down. That's absolutely amazing. So that's checked off. Obviously, I would the goat, the sweaty stuff would be to have a slider that can determine, or maybe like multiple things.
水ください。
Mizu kudasai. Kudasai.
水ください。
Kudasai. Okay. Right? That's awesome.
水ください。
Mitsu kudasai. Awesome. That's Gohan.
ごは
Gohan. Oh my gosh. No. Gohan. Gohan. Dude, Gohan. Ooh, that really soft end is kind of weird. I'll have to listen closely to other people in the future. Okay. Oh, that's kind of these animations are cute. Gohan.
ごはん
Gohan. Green tea, ocha. Oh, it's specifically green tea. Okay. Interesting.
お茶
Ocha.
寿司ください。
Oh, and they mix it up again. I see. Instead of following the repeated patterns. So instead of tripling it up, like doing the same order over repeatedly. So you don't play on pattern recognition as well. Sushi kudasai. Green tea. Oh, cha.
茶
Ocha.
お茶
Ocha. Wait.
お茶
Ocha. Okay.
お茶
Selecting the matching pair. Wait, like left and right? Yeah. Oh, all of them. Right. Kudasai.
ください
Right. And then it's just sushi is sushi. Kane.
寿司
Sushi. Ocha.
お茶
Gohan.
ごはん
And then mizu. Okay.
お茶ください。
Alright. Ocha. Kudasai. Kudasai. Gohan.
ご飯
Kudasai.
ください
Okay. Sushi.
寿司
Mizu.
水
Kudasai.
ください
Gohan.
ご飯
And Ocha. Hooray! That's cute. XP. Gems. And then, okay, so you only have to complete one lesson to get the streak started. Right? What's a streak? A streak counts how many days you practice in a row. Right. Okay. Keep your streak alive. There's a chance I have day trips every once in a year. That's already predetermined. I'll probably pick up the mobile and keep the streak alive or something. Oh, I'll think about how I'm gonna do that. Occasionally, I'm out. Pick your streak goal. Oh, okay. Okay, this is excellent. I like this. So it's giving you, okay, this is a great, this is awesome. So, I started with saying that I typically learn things with a nebulous goal in mind. So a lot of times, when you're younger, like if you feel like you need a target, it's very highly encouraged to be goal-oriented, like goal-oriented task. However, in this task, language is a life skill for me. And generally, when I think of life skills, I do keep in mind some of the nebulous goals. But really, in the end, it's focusing in the present and consuming the thing to the best of my ability. So goals come from the observation of participating. So, but it's really nice that they do have awareness and goal promotion in this design. That's actually really wonderful. And obviously we're just gonna go 30 days. But for me, it's a lifetime, right? This is the beginning. It's just gonna keep on going. So naturally, I would have my deep cut here is it would be indefinite. Like, but these are talking about the streaks. So it gives you an idea of what the upper limit is and the lower limit is. It helps people actualize what the limit is. So that's kind of nice. It pseudo causes that thing that I'm talking about. Like, give people an idea that you don't have to be FOMO about it. As in, what if you missed a streak at day 60? Well, if you help people actualize and contextualize what it's like, it does help them ground their expectations. If you don't give a framework, right, the sky's the limit. So the desperation becomes greater and greater as the streak continues greater and greater, and it could become disproportionately intrusive. Just like video games, it will become increasingly intrusive to their life. Like, instead of going out with friends on the day, that just happens to be the day you want to play Fortnite or something. Like a Fortnite event is happening. That kind of thing. You'll be 7 times more likely to complete the course. Aww. So there are words of encouragement. Awesome. Or like contextualizing what your progress is like. So there's like some projections. So that's great too. That's awesome. All right. So here's that UI I was talking about. So is there a way? Is there an audio control somewhere? I mean, I'm okay with the audio. It's kind of loud enough. We'll keep it at the level it is. It does help me hear. I feel like now I want better. Now I need better audio equipment. I really want to hear And these IEMs are like okay. They're not really great for spoken voice that much. So we have the streak, our course, right? Eventually this will blossom into hopefully 3 courses. Japanese, they have a Chinese course and a Spanish course, right? So we'll at least do that. And then on top of that, we'll have other sessions with like Babbel and all the other thing. Way down the line. But for now, this is a good starting place. Gem shop. Start a family plan, save on Super Duolingo. That's the thing I was talking about. I don't mind seeing ads, to be real. I kind of like ads. I take in ads, understand what kind of, like, yes, people might not like ads because they're here to learn their language and stuff, but I'm not a compartmentalizer. So typically the ads tell me a little bit about where they're getting their funding, what kind of funding they're willing to accept, and it makes me curious, naturally curious, like, because if they suddenly blast my face with like a Nvidia 4090 RTX ad, I know that they're probably using some sort of data collection and AI generated trends towards, like, they're probably profiling, so it's targeted ads, that kind of thing. It tells a lot, in my opinion. It's interesting to see what type of ads ends up on stuff. So I might need to turn some stuff off in the future, probably. Okay. Complete 9 more lessons to start competing in leaderboards. So there's like friendly competition, West. So yeah, so there's a free trial. I hope I get to keep this free trial until when I'm ready. If it goes away, sometimes free trials are only like in the first couple days, and then when you're seasoned, you can't like bank the free trial. We'll see if it allows me to bank the free trial. I think it's like 2 weeks. Get full heart so you can worry less about refill hearts. Interesting. Is that how you spend gems? No. Double or nothing. Double your 50 gem wager by maintaining a 7-day streak. Yeah, sure. Hang on. Streak freeze allows you to... Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Allows you to streak free remain. So you can do 2 days. Unfortunately, I'm going to be gone for 2 days. Oh, you can buy a Duo plushie. I feel like I'm already, like, I'm sorry, but I like cute things, and even if it's $30, we'll have to consider buying it. We'll have to consider buying a Duo plushie if I really love this thing. I love it so far. It's wonderful. That's a very Discord vibe too. All right, so what happens if I click on this? Okay. And did I spend 50 gems? Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're going to do this for the next 7 days. It's no contest. Not even a contest. When I start something, it does like at minimum 30 days. Like 30 days is barely a commitment to me. Generally a year is what I would say is a standard testing time. So I have quest. I see. So daily quest, that's nice. So they talk about stretch goals, right? So they give you they contextualize stretch goals, which was 30 days. It's the cap. And then they give you daily achievable goals, which gives positive reinforcement. So naturally, here's a deep cut here. I'm happy that Duolingo does all of this stuff. I want to believe that when people use these tools, they're also learning to do it themselves. As in, as much as these apps are doing a lot of things for you, like I'm impressed that they had the slowing down and the speeding up and the stuff. It also means that you don't have to end up doing it. So it's great to remind yourselves, like, oh yeah, these designs, these are very convenient. So when these designs are absent and you're learning something else, hopefully this leaves a large enough impression on you to be able to do that because it works. So one of the parts that separate, in my opinion, a great big thing that separates a successful student in academics versus a student that just want to get the academics out of the way, because no shame, but the two of them will, those two different types can be perfectly happy if they know what they want, right? If they have the develop the self-awareness. But the academic student is often looking to analyze not just what the product is trying to teach you, but how the product is designed. Like, how is it doing this? Why does daily quests make me feel good about myself? Then when you have that knowledge, you can use that knowledge in the future if it works. If it doesn't work, you forget it. A lot of times people do mechanically. They learn things mechanically and they never understand the process, right? So they intuit. When you're a mechanical person, you're intuiting everything. So naturally you won't find those skills transferable because it's just a mechanical skill that you valued. You didn't value what made those mechanical skills possible. Just a little deep, just a little side digression there. It's largely why I like video games and talking about video game design as a person who consumes video games. So much more like this. I quite like this design. And it's starting off with 1. And that's absolutely wonderful. So they're using a stepwise thing where more later, like you're building up, because to get someone to do something, you want to start with a lower investment. In my opinion, more consistently start with a lower investment, then climb. And naturally speaking, when you do it in small enough steps that is approachable to their expectations, matching their expectations, you can move up that expectation slowly. Instead of saying, hey, here are 10 daily quests, get it all done right now. So then you're already entering that problem of long sessions and they don't come back, right? This is applying a live service model, the stuff that makes live service models for video games so effective, but also very, very tenuous, because live service models for gaming have to balance how much is too much, because they're also aiming for playtime and exposure and stuff. That's the whole business second or business first. How aggressive these types of mini goals and dailies and weeklies designs give you lens into how much of a priority it is for the company to get you stuck in their product. And starting with 1, I think that's incredibly brave that they just do 1 and then have the teaser that there'll be more. I think that's great. That's another plus. And then leaderboards, you actually have to be committed before you worry about other things, right? So the leaderboard is not readily available yet. It's kind of like video game design. You start with the fundamentals and you build up its complexity. How quickly you do that, yes, sure, you could have people who are already used to having legacy skill. Like for example, if this was English, people will want to skip it because maybe they're learning high level English. Well, this product is not for you, for example. Generally speaking, that's kind of like a mechanical player picking up a video game and say, I already know how to do this. How do I skip the tutorial? That's purely intuitive, mechanical. There's no intellectual understanding to why that tutorial is there in the first place, and then learning how effective that tutorial is. Like for example, for me, when I play a game that has a tutorial, I'm still going to do the tutorial, even if I have a legacy skill. Like if I already know what I'm doing, I'm still gonna go through the tutorial because I want to know, how do I explain this game to someone else? So how did the developers do it? It's informative because if you want to know how to teach people about a game you didn't make, Well, you start by observing what the tutorial is teaching you. And then you can make critiques about what the learning curve is and all that stuff. Instead of like a mechanical person making a commentary like, oh yeah, this game's too easy. You don't even need the tutorial. And then sure enough, like a bunch of people say, well, I found the tutorial very helpful. That's the short-sightedness of being a mechanical specialist as opposed to an intellectually considerate person, right? Just saying. Characters. Hiragana. Oh, there's katakana. Oh, that was katakana. Oh, there is kanji. Oh, wait. Complete lessons in a path to learn kanji? Oh, boy. See, this is what I mean. Now I'm overwhelmed a little bit. But we're not going to look at this page. Because I don't even know... Okay, yeah. See, that's me. That's me. Alright, so let's continue. Order food, describe people. Is it... Do I do the same thing? Guidebook. Okay, so the guidebook is a review. Oh, reviews are great. I like reviews. I always review the previous day. Whether I'm playing video games or not, I just review the previous day all the time to create associations. Explore grammar tips and key phrases for this unit. Interesting. So, sushi kudasai. Ocha kudasai. I think the contraction they used was 2, right? To. So, gonan to mizu kudasai?
は、み、ご飯と水ください。
Do. Okay. Gohan to mizu kudasai. Kudasai.
ご飯と水ください。
Oh, do mizu. Okay. Gohan to mizu kudasai. And then des. Mizu.
De.
Yeah, mizu des.
水です。
Yeah, mizu des. Japanese have 3, right? We already talked about that. Describe people. Oh, okay. Okay, so the guidebook is a good place to review. So we'll use that as a review as opposed to literally doing the exercise again. I tend to always go from the start and just bootstrap after a certain point. But the guidebook is very helpful. That's kind of like that's removing note-taking, right? So if they didn't have a guidebook, I would eventually like pull up, like place a tablet program or something on the side and I would make notes to myself. But since they have a guidebook, that's already removing something that I would do still. I might still do it for a different reason, actively do it, but we'll see. All right. Mizu.
水、
Right. Sushi.
寿司
Kudasai.
ください。
Gohan.
ご飯
And then Ocha. Right.
寿司ください。
Do you just have to do it a bunch of times to iterate? Yeah, I guess this is actually the review part, the iterating part. So, sushi, kudasai. So we can blaze through this, right? Ocha.
お茶、
Mizu.
みず
Mizu.
寿司とご飯
Oh, there's the and.
寿司とご飯
Shishito Gohan. Oh, that's kind of... How do you know how to... Okay.
寿司とご飯
So now it becomes a really soft U when it's... That's interesting. Shishito Gohan.
寿司とご飯
Shishito Gohan. The U gets softened here when
Sushi.
you
寿司
sushi
寿司
sushi
と
to
ご飯
so sushi and rice. Ocha to misu, right? No, ocha to misu.
お茶と
To
水
misu. Ocha to misu. Ocha.
茶
Alright, mitsu.
水
Mitsu. Gohan.
ご飯
Ocha.
お茶
く
Kudasai.
ださい
Sushi.
ご飯と寿司
Gohan to sushi. Okay. Gohan to sushi. Rice and sushi, right?
水と寿司
Mizu to sushi. So water and sushi. Mizu to
し
oops.
す
Sushi.
水ください
Mitsu kudasai. Water, please. Mitsu
くだ
kudasai.
さい
Mitsu.
水
Gohan.
水とご飯ください。
Mitsu to gohan kudasai. Mizu. Mizu to gohan kudasai. Mitsu.
水
Sushi.
寿司
Gohan.
ご飯 くだ
Kudasai.
さい
Ocha. Gohan.
お茶と水
Ocha to mitsu. Ocha. Ocha to mitsu. Mitsu.
水
Gohan.
ご飯く
Kudasai.
ださい
お
Ocha.
茶
Sushi. Hooray! Okay. Fair warning. Fair enough. Right? Okay, so you repeat it 4 times. Alright, let's go.
寿司とご飯
Shisto Gohan. I'm so surprised by this, where so when it's combined past 2 syllables, the U gets softer. I wonder if that holds up. Shisto Gohan. Sushi and rice. Shisto Gohan. Ocha
くだ
kudasai.
さい
お茶と水
Ocha do mitsu. Mizu.
ず
寿司です
Sushi. That's oh, right. Des, right. Reverse. Sushi des.
ご飯とお茶
Gohan.
ご
Gohan
飯
do
ocha.
ocha. Mitsu
水
des.
です。
く
Kudasai.
ださい
Sushi,
寿司
ocha,
お茶、
mizu,
水、
gohan. It's always worth constantly saying. Like, the more you say, see, associate, the regular it is. And oh, here's another thing that I forgot to mention in my opening opinions. Exaggerate. I think making exaggeration and performance, after a day, it becomes more refined. After a day, it becomes refined. So, something that I will do unapologetically as I learn more languages and enunciate and stuff is go big and then refine. Go big and then refine, right? And then start slow and get faster. Slow, faster. So things like it's not being afraid of being over exaggerated, because you have to be able to form the shapes. And then when you form the gross shapes, like the bigger movements in your shape of your mouth, then you refine it. So you don't try to nail it right from the start. Generally, you go big. So like you're trying your best to almost impersonate, do an impression of the sound, not to be accurate to the sound, so that your mouth gets used to, like your shapes get used to the language itself, and inherently you're gonna sound different every time you talk. So like my English is gonna sound very, the cadence and stuff is gonna be different, right? There's a lot of slurring, there's a lot of combination, and eventually you kind of pick up the mannerisms from all the impersonation, because like you're trying to have fun when you're, in my opinion, one of the, it might sound embarrassing to other people, because formal speakers tend to look down on it, or other people who are embarrassed themselves for saying the wrong thing or something. Being unapologetic is honestly, for me, the GOAT. You commit to something. So when you know you're going to say it quote unquote wrong, or you don't know, you still commit to it. The idea is do not be afraid to not commit to it. If you half-effort it, it does not come back to reward you when you rest. So when it sounds like I'm exaggerating a lot of the syllables, it's because I'm deliberately doing it. And then over time, when I do it 100 times, 1,000 times, it will begin to intuitively narrow down. So this will be very noticeable when I start learning Mandarin, or like imitating Mandarin, because there are some syllables in Mandarin, that some sounds in Mandarin that I've been very shy about. So when I'm around my parents and I use some of those syllables, like, yeah, they come out, I haven't commit to them. It's kind of like singing. If you're a quiet singer, like say, relatively speaking, when you start singing, you get quieter than you usually sound. That is doing yourself a disservice. So if you're not committing to the full volume and then resting when you're tired, you do not develop the range necessary to promote that type of thing. So if you're always quietly shy learning things that require your voice, that's like going to the gym and bench pressing nothing past your limit. It's just not gonna pan out, my friends. Just as a heads up when people notice if I'm saying something really exaggerated, because it only gets better after you commit to it and exaggerate. Because if you don't exaggerate, you don't know the full range of the sounds you can make. Just saying. So green tea, ocha,
お茶
gohan desu.
ご、
Gohan desu.
で、
Desu. Oh, so it gets softened when it's connected. Okay. That's a funny behavior.
お茶です。
Ocha desu. Ocha desu. Oh, so. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to that. Revert. Okay. I can't wait to do something like that. The whole verb thing, the verb placement. Gohan
ご飯 く
kudasai.
ださい
Oh, whoops. I should have heard the whole thing first. I'm being a little impatient. I don't want to... I want to keep the same speed. Sometimes I get into the same habit of going as fast as I can, which that's not the way to go about it. Or I try my best not to go away about it that way. Gohan.
ご飯
寿司と水
Shish to mizu.
すし
Shi to mizu. Gohan.
ご飯
Ocha.
お茶
Kudasai.
ください
Kudasai. Mitsu.
水
Sushi.
水とお茶です
Michu to ocha desu. Mitsu to ocha. Oops. Ocha desu. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have to get used to that. Des, right? Desu, right? Desu. Mizu do ocha.
寿司とご飯です
Sushi to ocha desu?
寿司とご飯で
Oh,
す
gohan desu.
寿司
Sushi
と
to
ご飯
gohan
で
desu.
す寿司とご飯です 寿
Sushi
司
ください ご
Gohan
飯
お
ocha.
茶
And Mitsu. Sure. Well, okay, this is an interesting statistic. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish the Japanese course. I believe it. Because of unlimited hearts. Personalized practice, a daily practice plan to target your weak areas. Oh, that's interesting. That might encourage me to do it at a later time. Prove your mastery. Unlimited tries to reach legendary level without paying gems. That's interesting. And then no ads. Okay, fair enough. We already explored the grammar area. So let's go back. Start challenge. Try the hardest exercise from this level. Okay.
お茶とご飯
Ocha to gohan, right? Ocha to gohan, okay. Ocha to gohan.
寿司と水ください
Shisto mitsu kudasai.
寿司
To mitsu
水ください
kudasai.
ご飯ください
Gohan kudasai.
ご飯お茶
Gohan ocha. Wait, gohan to ocha?
ご飯お茶
No, gohan ocha.
ご飯お茶
Isn't
ご飯お茶
isn't there a word missing?
ご飯お茶
I mean,
ご飯お茶
that's what I hear. So it's just saying green tea. I mean, rice, green tea?
ご飯お茶
Gohan, ocha. Oh, okay. So, implied. Oh, yeah, that's phrasing, man. I was expecting and, but okay.
お茶と水。
お茶と水。お茶と水。
ご飯と寿司です。
ご飯と寿司です。
です。
This. Whoops. Oh. I was thinking in jet. Okay.
ご飯
と寿司。
ご飯と寿司です。
Okay. 寿
寿
司
司です。
ご飯ください。
ご飯ください。ください。
寿司とお茶ください。
寿司とお茶ください。
寿司と
お茶
ください。
く
寿司とお茶ください。
ださい。Hooray! You found an XP boost. Congrats on completing this level. Double for the next 15 minutes. Oh, it does affect your time. Alright. Prove your legend. Complete this extra hard and level up. What does that mean? Get closer to legend. Use gems to start each challenge or try super for unlimited attempts. I see. Alright. Sure. Extra challenge. Alright.
お茶ください。
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 Interesting. ご飯
ご飯
と寿司。
寿司
水ください。
水く
水
ださい。
ください。
ご飯
ご飯
水
水
水ください。
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 寿司、お茶、
寿司お茶。
ご飯と水ください。
ご飯と水ください。
ご飯と水ください。ご飯と水ください。
ご飯とお茶ください。
ご飯とお茶ください。ご飯とお茶ください。
お茶水
お
茶
茶水
水
ご飯、寿司、
ご飯寿司
寿司とお茶ください。
寿司とお茶寿司とお茶ください。
寿司とお茶ください。寿司とお茶ください。
ご飯と水ください。
ご飯と水ご飯と水ください。ご飯と水ください。ください。水とご飯です。
水とお茶、
水とお茶。水とお茶。お茶と水
水
で。
ですす。ご飯です。
ご飯です。です。ご飯。寿司と Ocha. Yes.
Des.
Hooray! Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that off at some point. My blocker. I want to see what the ad is, actually. We'll do that next time. Oh, so you can go on for quite some time, actually. We've been doing this for an hour now. Man, time flies. I'm still feeling pretty good. We'll do a little bit longer, actually. Let's get to whatever this is. I'm kind of curious what this is. Oh boy.
Sushi.
Alright, sushi. Oh, does it keep going
Ocha.
with food? Ocha.
お茶、
お茶ください。
Ocha kudasai.
お茶ご飯
Ocha gohan.
お茶ご飯
お茶ください。
Ocha kudasai.
寿司お茶
Sushi,
寿
ocha.
司お茶
Mitsu kudasai.
ください。
ご飯ください
Gohan
ご飯
kudasai.
ください
Sushi kudasai.
寿司くだ。
ご飯、水、
Gohan mitsu.
ご飯、水、
寿司水。
Sushi mitsu. Mitsu
水。
ocha.
お茶。
水、ご飯。
Mitsu Mitsu Gohan. Gohan
ご
kudasai.
飯ください。
Sushi
寿司、
mitsu.
水。
Hooray! Time for a quick refresh. Review some exercises you haven't seen in a while from Unit 1. They have a built-in review. So I don't even need to review. What the? That's awesome. Interesting. Oh, my collection. Reread a story to review words and context? Yo. All mistakes review. Oh, that's another great way for okay, so this must be like listening. Oh, boost your listening skills with an audio only. Okay, all right. I'm kind of sold. We're gonna have to explore those things after maybe a week. We'll do the free thing for a week, and I'm actually sold. That's great. These features are actually much nice. Like, these are great features. All right, let's look at the story thing. Read your first story. Stories will appear as you complete them. Interesting. Keep learning. Oh, okay. It's unlocked later. Oh, you get to read stories. Stories will help contextualize and subtext, like provide like context clues and memory. Man, I could digress on those stories. We'll see. And build even more memories.
ご飯とお茶ください。
Gohan
ご
to
飯と
ocha
お茶くださ
kudasai.
い。
Sushi to
寿司と
gohan.
ご飯。
水とご飯
Mitsu to
水と
gohan.
寿司
Oops.
ご飯
I'm clicking the wrong things. Mitsu to
みと
sushi
寿司
kudasai.
くだ。
Kudasai.
お茶とご飯、
Uh-oh, I totally forgot.
お茶とご飯、
Chato
Ocha to.
gohan.
ご飯、
Is it getting faster?
お茶とご飯、
Are these getting faster?
お茶と寿司く
Oh
だ
no,
さい。
no, it's about the same. Oh hey, it's another voice sample. There are so far, or yeah, there's at least 4 or 5 speakers. That's awesome. It's not the same speak. Oh man, I'm blown away, actually. Ocha to sushi kudasai. Ocha to sushi kudasai.
お茶とご飯ください。
Ocha to gohan kudasai.
お茶とご飯ください。
水とお茶ください。
Mizu to ocha kudasai. Mizu to ocha kudasai.
お茶と水。
Ocha to mizu.
お茶と水。
Gohan
ご飯
to
と
mizu.
水 くださ
Kudasai.
い。
お茶と水ください。
Ocha to mizu kudasai. Ocha to mizu kudasai. Kudasai.
水
Mizu to gohan.
ご飯
ご飯と水。
Gohan to mizu. Gohan to mizu. Ocha
お茶
to
と
gohan
ご飯
kudasai.
ください。
Ocha
お茶
to mitsu.
水
Hooray! Sharpshooter achievement. You complete it with no mistakes. Oh, that's kind of cute. Some achievements on the side. Mini achievements. I just want to know what this
お茶
thing
と
is.
寿司です。
Ochato
と
sushi
寿司で
desu.
ご飯と水です。
Gohan to misu desu. So, desu. Gohan to mizu. Okay. I'm trying not to look up here. I'm actually trying to remember the words.
ご飯です。
Gohan desu.
ご飯です。
水です。
Mizu desu. Oh. Mizu. Yes, desu. Sushi
寿司
to
と
gohan
ご飯
kudasai.
ください。
お茶とご飯です。
Ocha to gohan desu.
お茶
Ocha to gohan desu. Sushi
寿
to
司と
mitsu.
水。
寿司とご飯です。
Sushi to gohan desu.
寿司とご飯です。寿司と
gohan desu.
ご飯です。
お茶と水です。
Ocha to mitsu desu. Ocha. Whoops. Green water. Ocha to mitsu desu. Oh, not desu. Whoops. That's kudasai.
ご飯とお茶です。
Oh, I can't correct it. Whoops. I'm speeding. Oh no.
ご飯とお茶です。
Gohan to
ご飯とお茶です。ご
gohan
飯
to
と
ocha
ocha.
desu.
です。
So I'm already losing focus. So it's been an hour. So obviously now I'm rushing, right? So that's a telltale sign that I'm rushing.
水とご飯です。
Mitsu to gohan desu. Mitsu to gohan desu. Oh. Mitsu desu. Mitsu to gohan. Oh, not gohan. Ocha desu.
です。水と寿司です。
Mitsu to sushi desu. Oh my gosh. I gotta think of another way to make sure I
automatically think reverse of this, or like displace this. It's because I'm not thinking about using English words at the moment. It's water and sushi. It's water and green tea. It's water and green tea. So, mitsu to ocha
お
desu.
茶です
It's rice and green tea. Gohan to ocha desu.
です。
Dang.
お茶と水です。
Oh, previous mistakes. Oh, nice. So you get to go back afterwards. That's kind of nice. I like it. You don't correct it immediately, but you get a review. That's great. I actually like that a lot more. Ocha to mitsu desu. So, it's green tea, and water. Neat. All right, one more.
Ocha to mizu desu.
Oh, and it reinforces the ocha to mitsu desu. It's green tea and water.
寿
Excellent.
司と水。
Sushi to mitsu. Sushi to mitsu. Oops.
水とお茶ください
Okay, so now I should say it in English when it's English.
水とお茶ください
Mizu to
水とお茶ください
ocha kudasai.
水とお茶ください
Yeah.
水と
ocha
ください
水とご飯です。
Mizu to gohan desu. It's water and rice.
ご飯と水ください。
Gohan to mitsu kudasai.
ご飯と
mitsu
ください。
寿司と水です。
Sushi to mitsu desu. It's sushi and water.
寿司とお茶ください。
Sushi to ocha kudasai.
寿司とお茶ください。
Ocha
お茶
to
と
gohan.
ご飯
ご飯と寿司ください。
Gohan to sushi kudasai.
ご飯
Gohan
と
to
寿司
sushi
ください。
Ocha to misu
で
desu.
す。
Ocha
お
to
と
misu kudasai.
水ください。
Ocha to sushi
寿司
desu.
です。
Hey. Again? Okay, what is this thing? Learn hiragana? Oh man. I mean, yeah, why not? Wait, oh, I see.
や
Oh, so it goes back here. I see.
あいうえおかきく
That's awesome.
おん
Hmm.
わろ
Do,
れ
dre,
る
dru,
り
the,
ら
la,
よ
yeah, the la,
ら
li, lu,
る
re,
れ
ro,
ろ
yeah, the R's. Interesting. That's it? Okay, wait. Wait, how do I learn the characters? Oh! Hidakana 101. Japanese, okay. Hidakana, katakana, and kanji. In hiragana, each character represents a syllable. For example,
牛、牛、
ushi is pronounced ushi. It means cow. Can you figure out what
寿司、
they chose sushi? Su. Wait. Okay, I see. So, interesting.
す、し、
As in cheat. Oh, that's funny.
う、
As in like two. Ooh.
う、こ、
Oh. As in, okay, that's kind of neat. They use analogies to English words. Nice.
す、
Wait. Oh, neat. I wasn't expecting this either. So Duolingo covers that as well. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's so awesome. Okay, so I'm already blown away that they also included hiragana. And then I'm using a tablet here. So oh, that's so satisfying. This is Su, right? This is the character for Su.
す、
Su,
す、
right? That's so... Oh, this is awesome. I love this.
し、
See... Oh no. Oh no, it doesn't register properly. Oh no. That's a little problematic. It's on a rail. As opposed to a free form. It's on a rail.
し、
See? Su,
す、し、
see,
し、
she. Okay.
う、
Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Oh man, I'm like, I can feel myself being off course here. My tablet is 1-to-1 on the screen, so I'm moving a little too fast. It's on a rail. So this was ooh,
う、う、う、
that's this is great. I love this. See,
し、
see,
す、
su,
す、こ、
oh,
こ、
oh, okay.
す、
Su,
す、
oh,
こ、こ、
oh,
こ、
okay. Ooh,
う、
ooh,
すし、
sushi,
す、し、
whoops,
し、こ、
ko,
こ、
okay. Du,
す、
ooh,
こ、
whoops. My bad. This is cool. Oh, ooh, sorry. This, she,
し、
oh. With less sounds. Oh, okay. Ooh is right.
し、
She is Su, ooh, she, ko,
牛、
ushi, ooh, U. Oh wait, what?
牛
Ushi. So u. She. Nice. Oh man, that's so satisfying. What the heck? Oh, that's awesome. And wait. And you have to do 5 of them? Oh my word. This is we're gonna be here forever. Alright. I think we're gonna I kinda wanna do this part. Let's do this part. Let's finish this part. Su.
すし
She.
し
U.
うこ
Ko.
こ
Whoops. U.
う
Su.
す
Ko.
こ
She.
すし
Sushi.
すし
シス
Shisu. Usu. Usu. No. Usu.
ウスコス
Kosu.
コス
Ushi. Ushi.
牛
Kosu.
コス
Shisu.
シス
Shisu. Sushi.
すし
Usu.
牛
Ushi. Ushi.
うし
Oops.
う
すす
Shishi. That's kind of really funny. Shishi. Oh man, back-to-back S's. That's gonna be a problem. Shiu. Shiu.
しうしこ
Shiko. Shiko.
しこ
Susu.
すす
Koko.
ここ
Shiko. Shiko is
しこ
Oshi.
こし
Shiu.
こし
Koshi. Koshi.
ここ
Koshi.
こ
Ko. Ko. U. Shi. Su.
すす
Susu. Shishi.
ここ
Koko. Shiko. Shiko. Susu. Wait, why are these in the same order? Shiu. Shiu. Koshi. Shishi. They're not in
Koko
the same order. It was my imagination. Did you say Coco? Probably. Okay. Hooray! Dang. So it repeats the... Yeah, we're gonna keep going. What do we have now? Check out these 4 characters and how we write their sounds in English. That's complicated. Holy heck. Akasa E. Oh, that's an O. Okay. Wow. That's hard to see.
赤
Aka. Red. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
あ
Oh no. I'm flinging my my pen tablet around too much.
あ か か
Ka.
か
And this is sushi.
あ
Ah.
さ
Sa.
さか
Ka.
か
Ah.
あさ
Sa.
さい
E. E. Okay. E.
い
Okay.
いい
And this is what? This is she. Ka. Right? Oh no, that's not ka. It's. Oh no. I'll remember with more context clues. Sa. Was that sa? This is ko. Sa. Okay, that was ka. This is sa.
さささ
And this is ka. And and she. E.
い赤
Aka.
あか
Su.
す
E.
い
A.
あ
Sa.
さ
Ka. Ka.
い
E. Ka. She. Sa. E. A.
傘
Casa. Sa. Oops. Cool.
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Honestly, that ad was really cute. Again, it's obviously very loud. I think I'm gonna have to tune down the audio somehow through the window, probably window app. But I actually think that's really cool. I would love to do a family plan. Maybe you know, I'm curious. I could find like, I wonder how the family plan works. Because it doesn't have to be family, it could just be friends. And then we would encourage, you know? Huh. Like what I saw there was family, but family and friends, you know. They kind of go hand in hand. That's kind of a great idea to learn together with people. I have to think about it. I actually think that's a very compelling reason. But we're gonna hold off for a week. We're gonna wait for a week. Definitely wait for a week.
シス
Shisu. Shisu.
シス
What sound does this make? Oh, I have to Romaji this? Oh no, I don't remember this one. Is it... I keep leaning towards Ko, but that's not it. Is it? Ko... Su? No. Can I... Oh no. Let's go over all the context clues, right? She... Oh. Maybe it's, Su? I thought so. Okay.
コス
Kosu. Utsu.
ウス
Shi. Su.
牛
Ushi.
Su.
Ushi. Oh, wait.
Shi.
Ushi. Okay. Shi.
シシ
Shishi. Sushi.
寿司
Ushi. Ushi.
牛
Usu.
ウス
Kosu.
腰
Koshi. Sushi.
寿司
Sushi.
ウス
Usu. Kosu.
コス
Kosu, of course. Oh no, wait. Yeah, Kosu.
腰
Koshi.
こ
Shi.
し
Sushi.
寿司
Oshi.
腰
Susu.
すす
Shiko.
しこ
Shiko. Ushi.
うす
Usu. Usu. Oshi.
すす
Susu. Shiu. Shiu. Usu. Shiko. Osu. Usu. Okay. I think we have to do one more, right? Yeah. See what that's about.
あかか
さ、
さ、い、
い、
い、
か、
か、
さ、
さ、
す、
す、
い、
い、
あ、
赤、
赤、
あ、か、さい、
Oh, hey, さい。しが、しが、
しか、
しが、
うさ、
うさ、う、うさ、
うさ、
うさ、USA, sorry. うさ、う、うさ、しか、しが、
しか、
さい、さい、さい、
さい、
かさ、
傘、
赤、
朝、
朝、
あ、
さ、
さ、こい、
おい、えい、こい。足、足、
足、買う、
買う、か、wait、
買う、
買う、買う、
買う、
椅子、椅子、
椅子、
椅子、こい、こい、
買う
oh, oops. My bad. I didn't mean, I didn't
こ
mean
い、
朝、こい、朝、朝、さ、
朝、
足、足、
足、
買う、
椅子、
椅子、い、
い、
い、す、
す、
えか、
い、
い、さ、か、し、い、
傘、
朝、か、か、さ、ささ、
イカ、
いか、いか、いか、朝、しか、しか、しか、ささ、うさ、
さい、
さい、さ、い。Hooray! Okay. It opens the door. Oh, okay. Oh, what happens when I open this? Do I just get gemmies? Well, there you go. I think that's good enough for today. How long do we play? I'm saying play, but how long? Close to 2 hours. I definitely made the first mistake at right about 1 hour, which is kind of where I thought I would make the mistake, because I'd start rushing. My focus starts waning a little bit. Nice. What the heck is... Let's view this league. Interesting. Top 20 advanced to next league. Wait. What does that even mean? Oh. Oh, that's cute. Oh, hey, I can set my status. A poop? Aw, that's kind of cute. Okay. Yeah, they're making a very strong practice. Yeah, they're making a strong case for super. In fact, I might even grab people onto this. I'm floored. Absolutely floored. So, let's do a quick review before I switch off this and play a little on the side, something else. But yeah. I don't know what the second character is yet. I don't know what the third character is yet. I know Ko, there's O, Sa, and that's it. The only characters I know so far is Ko and Sa, the first and fourth character. I don't know all the other ones yet. You can tell me what it means though. Eventually, maybe. So I only know these characters. Oh, you said hi? Oh. Oh, is that konnichiwa? No, that's not. Oh, what are the characters? Oh. Can't seem to find this character. What is this? Where is this character? This one's this.
Ho.
Oh, Ohio. Possibly. It's pronounced differently than spelled on the last one. Oh. Look down like this here. Oh. Oh, combos? Oh. Like combo. This very last character.
Ho.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. So. Oh, okay. I see. So that's Ni? Oh, yeah, I didn't learn chi yet.
Chi.
Yeah, I didn't learn chi yet. Yeah. Oh, I don't recognize the fourth character. I was thinking of Sa, actually. Oh, what did Sa look like? Oh, it's revert. Oh. It looks like a mirror image. Okay. Okay, so I got Sa and Chi mixed up. Okay, so konnichiwa. Yes. Thanks. Hi. Aw, this is so much fun. But we're gonna take a break from this. My max is about an hour. It was really fun. Oh man. Yes. I cannot read at all. And I only can like say casual phrases and stuff. So I can't read any hirakana at all. You're in section 2, unit 3, part 3. Section 2, unit 3, part 3 of Duolingo. Oh yeah, I can't wait. We're gonna do this every day for like an hour. An hour is gonna be the cutoff. But today was a special day. I had like a dissection and stuff. So we're gonna change gears here. Thanks for sharing. I can't wait to be able to read some more. But yeah, the only reason I when you said hi and I knew the first syllable, it's like the only greeting I can think of is konnichiwa. So instead of ohayo, right? So basically we could do like that too, right? So is there a o? O. Ha. Is there a ha? What does ha look like? Ha. Yo?
よ
Cool. O ha yo.
おはよ
This is kind of fun. Sorry. I'm all right. We're gonna switch gears now, but I have to pace myself, obviously. Lots of deep cuts there about pacing myself. All right. Well, I'm gonna be switching gears here, so pardon, folks. That's a wrap for Duolingo today. Duolingo Japanese. Thanks for hanging out. We'll review tomorrow. And hit another hour. All right. So. Okay. Switch gears.